Доброе утро всем, кто нас смотрит, слушает. Доброе утро всем, кто к нам присоединяется и к нам подходит. Мы будем сегодня работать примерно до 4 часов. У нас более 30 докладчиков, самых разнообразных. Более 10 человек представляют эфиопскую энергетический сектор. И еще тоже порядка 15 человек представляют российское энергетическое машиностроение. У нас, наверное, who is who, как в эфиопской энергетике, так и в российском энергетическом машиностроении, в энергетическом консалтинге. Мы уверены, что это событие будет, наверное, значимым, потому что задача, которая стоит перед странами, перед Россией, перед Эфиопией в развитии экономического сотрудничества, в том числе в области энергетики, она очень большая, важная для Эфиопии и, конечно, важная для России. У меня великолепный состав участников, у нас очень важный в развитии, человек, который сыграл огромную роль в развитии российской энергетики, и мы надеемся, что сможем сыграть такую же роль, содействовать в развитии Эфиопии, в развитии российского участия в энергетике Эфиопии. Василий Александрович Зубакин, профессор университета имени Губкина, заведующий кафедрой возобновляемой энергетики, в недавнем прошлом член правления РАО ЕС, соответственно, участвовавший в реформировании энергетики всей страны. В открывающей сессии у нас, конечно же, господин посол Эфиопии в России, господин Алимаегу Тегену, без участия которого, конечно же, нам было бы невозможно собрать такой представительный саммит. Огромное спасибо, господин посол, вам за помощь, за поддержку, за участие. Сейчас я передаю слово Василию Александровичу, потом передам слово господину послу и дальше пойдем по полному списку. Добрый день всем.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Мне очень приятно встречаться в такой дистантной, удаленной форме, но тем не менее со всеми теми, с кем мы сегодня будем встречаться, в первую очередь с нашими коллегами из Эфиопии, ну и также с нашими российскими коллегами. Что для меня энергетика Эфиопии? Давайте чуть-чуть истории. Вы знаете, в IV веке, когда россияне еще ходили, так сказать, чуть ли не в шкурах, были язычниками, жители Эфиопии уже были христианами. Это многострадальная земля, она до сих пор остается христианской землей, более 50% населения Эфиопии это христиане, и следы древней культуры, они есть в ментальности, они есть в фольклоре, они есть на эфиопской земле, и это особенная земля. Дальше несколько слов о природных ресурсах. Эфиопия – это, пожалуй, единственная страна африканского континента с высокими горами, ну, если не считать Центральной Африки, где Килиманджаро. Соответственно, если есть горы, есть ледники, значит, есть водные ресурсы. И, соответственно, гидроэнергетический потенциал Эфиопии, он очень и очень серьезный. Дальше, как страна, находящаяся близко к тропикам, Эфиопия имеет мощнейший солнечный потенциал для развития солнечной энергетики. И как страна, обладающая гигантскими равнинами, тысячекилометровыми по площади, Эфиопия имеет очень серьезный ветропотенциал. Я сейчас не буду говорить о геотермальной энергетике, о всех остальных видах. В целом скажу, что Эфиопия имеет великолепные условия, великолепный потенциал для развития возобновляемых источников энергии. О населении. Население 100 миллионов, более 100 миллионов. Это, ну, так сказать, в 1,5 раза меньше, чем население России, но 100 миллионов. С темпом роста населения 2-3% в год. Об энергетике сегодняшней. Конечно, это энергетическая бедность. И это тормоз на развитие страны. Ведь в городах живет не более 25% населения, остальное население живет в сельской местности, занимается сельским хозяйством. И условием индустриализации и ускоренного развития экономики, хозяйства Эфиопии является именно ликвидация энергетической бедности. Знаете, на Востоке есть такая пословица, когда караван поворачивает, хромой верблюд может оказаться первым. Так вот, сегодня я бы хотел, чтобы мы в числе прочих интересных вещей сегодня обсудили, а может ли Эфиопия оказаться этим самым первым верблюдом, который совершит энергетический поворот и поворот от углеводородной энергетики в сторону возобновляемой энергетики, зеленой энергетики, в числе первых, в числе самых активных участников этого поворота, и может ли быть, несмотря на свою сегодняшнюю энергетическую бедность, Эфиопия стать одним из мировых лидеров по развитию зеленой энергетики, возобновляемых источников энергии. В этой связи вот тех возможностей, которые есть, большое внимание при подготовке сегодняшнего саммита нами было уделено именно возобновляемым источникам энергии и тем компаниям, и государственным, и частным, которые в этом секторе в России являются лидерами. Я хотел бы, чтобы вот на эти факторы преодоления энергетической бедности, энергетической нищеты, фактор потенциала во всех областях развития возобновляемых источников энергии для Эфиопии, и хотелось, чтобы на это обратили внимание сегодняшние участники саммита. Вот, наверное, все, что я хотел сказать. Спасибо.
Спасибо, Василий Александрович. Сейчас. Так, да, спасибо, Василий Александрович. Передаю слово его высокопревосходительству Алимайру Тегену, послу Эфиопии в России. Господин Тегену, floor is yours.
All right, okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me, sorry, слышно, да?
Да, очень хорошо слышно.
It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to this online energy summit meeting on behalf of the government of Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and Embassy of Ethiopian Embassy in Russian Federation. And on my behalf, I would like to thank the Explorer Ethiopia PLC for the taken initiative to organize the first online Ethiopian Russian Energy Summit, which is very important to give information to Ethiopian energy sectors, actors, and the Russian energy actors about the vast potentials and opportunities for both countries on energy sector. Distinguished guests, I found it important to mention here that Ethiopia and Russia have a prominent relationship, and yet the future of the market with a total population of more than 260 million demands both sides to work more to further widen the cooperation. To improve the general business climate of the country, my government embarked upon a number of reforms and incentives, developing infrastructure. As a result, Ethiopia is becoming a prime investment destination. Among the reforms, energy is one of them. As far as our summit focuses on energy, I want to highlight the power sector development of Ethiopia and opportunities. The government of Ethiopia has set clear power generation and connection targets, and sees the private sector is very important to meet the targets. Our power sector policy is very clear for private investment. Just to give highlight as a sector or policy, national policy sees Ethiopia as a power supply hub for East African region through the East Africa Power Pool. Investment in on-grid power generation is open to private sector foreign direct investment. Off-grid or self-contained generation and the connection is also open for private. Ethiopia has different natural resources to generate electricity. Those are as priority. I want to list some of them. Hydropower with potential of 60,000 megawatt, as Professor Vasily Zubkin mentioned it. The potential of the country is very encouraging. Geothermal is 10,000 megawatt potential. Wind potential is 1.3 million megawatt with good wind speed. Solar is, as you know, maybe 13 months of sunshine. Ethiopia is 13 months of sunshine country. You always get sufficient solar energy in the country. Waste to energy is also one of the potentials that any investor can focus on. So far, there are some FDI or foreign direct investment investors in geothermal in the Greater Rift Valley of Ethiopia. There is access deficit of energy in Ethiopia. 65 million people has no access to electricity. That is why energy investment is highly needed in Ethiopia. What from Russian side, what Rosatom started through bilateral relation with our country is very encouraging. We strongly work on to make the signed agreement very productive. Ethiopia invites other Russian companies which want to invest on different sources like hydro, geothermal, wind, solar, and the waste to energy. We understand there are a lot of companies that have a capacity here in Russia. We highly encourage Russian investors to invest in energy sector in Ethiopia. Since a long time, the two countries have good relation, as I have already mentioned earlier. We signed a lot of bilateral agreements. Now it is time to see the result of those agreements on the ground. In addition to bilateral agreement, last year, October 2019, African head of states and Russian Federation committed to work together and signed a memorandum of understanding. As per the declaration, we have to make a difference on the ground. The existing opportunities that Ethiopia offers to Russian investors in power generation and infrastructure development will be the most attractive areas. Distinguished guests, let me conclude my remarks by expressing my confidence that this meeting will result in attracting Russian from this historic country to Ethiopia. We are honored and humbled to invite those to take advantage of wide-ranging Ethiopian opportunities and competitive incentives. Our embassy is ready to assist you in all possible ways and possible ways to materialize your ventures in Ethiopia. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We are now moving forward, and we have guests from Addis talking to us. It would be the Minister Counselor for the Russian Embassy in Ethiopia, Mr. Mikhail Korneyev. Mikhail Yuryevich, welcome. Good morning, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot. Your Excellency Ambassador Alemayehu, distinguished participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me convey best regards from His Excellency Ambassador Terokhin to all participants and guests of the Energy Summit Russia-Ethiopia. I also avail myself of this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mr. Mikhail Alemogorsky for his proactive efforts to strengthen cooperation between Russia and Ethiopia in economic and trade spheres, as well as his personal contribution for the excellency carrying out of the first Economic Forum Russia-Ethiopia, which was held in June this year. Today's forum has a very impressive, but in my point of view, a bit bombastic name, Energy Summit Russia-Ethiopia, let alone its broad agenda. Needless to say that Ethiopia has a big demand for energy, and this demand is growing very rapidly for years due to expanding economy and sharp population growth. To meet this demand, this country has been working now on building 7 hydropower plants, like Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Expertise and knowledge can be extremely needed in some of these projects. Russian Federation has amassed a vast range of competences and capabilities for decades, and it is now ready to implement joint projects with our Ethiopian partners in many fields, including renewable energy like solar, hydroelectric, and nuclear. Let me stress that among energy resources, nuclear energy can be considered as the best alternative and best choice to hydropower plants in Ethiopia. To turn its ambition into action, Russia and Ethiopia agreed last year to enhance cooperation in the development of nuclear energy facility in Ethiopia. Deliberations have been underway to establish nuclear technology center in Ethiopia using Russian design research reactor and assistance of Russian experts in the development of nuclear infrastructure in Ethiopia in accordance with international standards. Their work is in good progress and should be accelerated once the intergovernmental agreement on the use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes is approved by lawmakers of both countries. I hope it will happen very soon. Besides, we expect that Ethiopia will join Vienna Convention on Nuclear Damage of May 21st, 1963. And the last but not the least, I anticipate that this forum will help us to concentrate on making our collaboration more fruitful, constructive, and specific. Thanks a lot for your cooperation and attention.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your, it's now better. Thank you very much for your kind words. I would say that the word bombastic from the high-ranking diplomat is something outstanding, and let us make known not only for like doing the event, but also for soliciting some such like reaction from the seasoned official representative. Thank you very much. We'll hope to be as bombastic as we can. And thank you. Our next speaker is the deputy head for the Intergovernmental Commission between Russia and Ethiopia. Oops, I'm sorry. Mr. Anton Razlievaev. Anton, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yes, now the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Now the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues, Your Excellencies. First of all, I would like to thank the host of the summit for invitation and opportunity to take the floor for this respected audience. He represents the Secretariat of the Russian Party of Russian-Ethiopian Intergovernmental Commission. of course, consider it important to note that this activity, this summit is very relevant for today. Russia and Ethiopia maintain diplomatic relations for over 120 years with traditionally friendly ties, and both countries ready to develop them further, basing on mutual respect, trust, and of course, profit. This mutual interest was confirmed by the leaders last year in Sochi. Traditionally, Ethiopia is the most important trade partners of Russia in Africa. Unfortunately, with the fastest growing economy, I should notice this. Unfortunately, the current mutual trade volume doesn't correspond to its potential. Trade turnover is nowadays relatively small and swinging extremely from year to year. Last year it reached $68 million. For instance, in 2016 it was 215. For last 10 years, cumulatively, trade volume, Russian exports to Ethiopia reached $950 million. However, Ethiopia is highly attractive for Russia as a trade and economic partner. According to our research, the volume of potential growth of Russian non-resources exports to Ethiopia in the medium term can increase by additional $110 million. Of course, this is subject to a proactive policy in the fields of supporting Russian exporters. This growth can also be achieved by expanding supplies for such commodity groups as metals, lumber, aircrafts, chemical products, and of course, energetic machinery and equipment. Among the advantages of the Ethiopian market, as we see it, in particular, is the strong interstate ties with traditionally based on friendship. A large number of Soviet and Russian aircrafts and equipment in Ethiopia, successful experience of assistance from Russia in the training of national personnel. And of course, Ethiopia is the second biggest market in Africa, and it becomes attractive market for foreign manufacturers and investors. Getting back to our topic, the fields of raw materials, energy section, Russian companies, as we see it, are interested in participation in exploration works for oil and natural gas, development fuels and renewable energy resources, equipment supplies, including drilling, hydroturbines, exports, and various electrical equipment. And of course, reconstruction and construction of hydroelectric power plants and nuclear power plant, as Your Excellencies both noticed, nuclear energy should be especially noted. It is a very promising area for us, but apart the Rosatom interests, there are other companies which are interested in cooperation in energy sector. That important to mention is Ethiopia resources and Interrail export. They are seeking opportunity to intervene on the market or already developing their projects in Ethiopia. Thus, as I mentioned, the Ethiopian market is attractive for Russian businesses. However, the presence of Russian companies in Ethiopia is currently limited. The reason is insufficient context between authorities and business circles, as well as the lack of information about the market conditions of our countries. But we believe that we need to make joint efforts to restore the volume of mutual trade on those in previous years and the development of dynamics in the future. So we have Intergovernmental Commission, which is the main, which we consider as the main instrument for the implementation of this task. Last session, seventh session of the Commission was held last year in October in St. Petersburg. But in addition to this Intergovernmental Commission, we in our Ministry of Economy is developing opportunities for dialogue between entrepreneurs, Russian African entrepreneurs. For example, in our ministry, we hold the annual Russian Africa Conference, which is attended by representatives of the African diplomatic missions in Russia and representatives of Russian companies, taking this opportunity to thank His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador Tageniu, for participating in the previous conference, and invite him and dear colleagues to the third conference, Russia-Africa, scheduled on fourth quarter of this year, right after sanitary and epidemiological conditions are improved. We will send the proper invitation. Of course, we also plan to invite to this conference representatives of Russian companies that willing to intervene, to step into Ethiopian market. I would like to note that our meeting with Ethiopian colleagues at various venues in the past years have become much more regular, more varied on the topics discussed, and in my opinion, much more effective. I'm confident that today's event will be another important stage in this interaction between Russia and Ethiopia, and wish you good luck, dear colleagues, to our all. Thank you for this opportunity to deliver speech to you.
Anton, thank you very much for your speech and for the activity that the Commission is doing and thinking to do, and that is it's hard to disagree that the level of the joint economic cooperation is minimal, to say the least, and that is, a lot can be done there. Obviously, Russia has strong competitive position, but still in the competition for the working on the market and for the success in the areas, and the support from the government, and you are representing the government, is certainly something that will much help Russian companies to move forward. But the government support is not the only thing that is important. Also important is the communication. And our next speaker, thank you, Anton. Thank you. And our next speaker is representing the activity between the business communities of the two countries to work together. Stanislav Vasilievich Mezentsev is the Oops, 1 second. Okay. Stanislav Vasilievich Mezentsev is the executive director for the Committee on Economic Cooperation with Africa, and he will tell us the committee's activity and how it all will help to build the energy in Ethiopia stronger. Stanislav Vasilievich, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. I cannot, I can hear you, but I cannot see the picture. Is it okay? Everything is going well?
Everything is okay, yes, everything is good.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to be here. And good morning, dear participants of the Russian-Ethiopian Energy Summit. It is my really great pleasure and honor on behalf of the Coordination Committee for Economic Cooperation with African countries to welcome you and wish you all success in today's event. First of all, I want to share with you with a few general observations. As we all know, Ethiopia is one of the oldest friends of Russia in Africa. Our diplomatic, economic, and people-to-people relations were established more than 120 years ago. And throughout their partnership, our great countries gained extensive experience in mutually beneficial cooperation that meets the interest of both countries in various areas. But as already the previous speakers already mentioned, that unfortunately, few last years, we experienced some stagnation in our economic relation. As our president, Vladimir Putin, noted in his last meeting with the Ethiopian Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed, during the summit in Sochi, he said actually that mutual trade between Russia and Ethiopia today is too small, and of course, befitting of neither Russia nor Ethiopia. So we absolutely must to do much more than what we can see today. Based on this, I hope that Energy Summit will be one of many initiatives to develop new opportunities for Russian and Ethiopia business companies. In this regards, I want to repeat that His Excellency Russian Embassy already said, and I want also on my behalf to thank Explore Ethiopia, PLC, and Mr. Mikhail Alemo-Gorsky for his efforts to organize this important platform, which allows Russian energy companies to get better understanding Ethiopian requirements in this sector of national economy. Yeah. We hope that today's business-to-business contacts and open dialogues and discussions will pave the way to increase our economic cooperation. I want to emphasize that the topics chosen for today's discussion are not accidental and very important. As we know, Russia is one of the world leaders with the latest technologies in the field of energy, including renewable ones like hydrocarbon energy, hydroelectric energy, solar and nuclear energy. And Ethiopia, being one of the largest African countries with the population of more than 110 million people, are rapidly and successfully developing national economy, including industrial sectors, which requires to create of new energy capacities in this country. So we have confidence that today there are all opportunities for a significant increase in Russian-Ethiopian economic cooperation in the field, first of all, in the field of energy. And we do hope that our today's forum or summit will help to identify specific areas of such cooperation. And we, as AFRICOM, in cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Russian Federation, always will do our best to promote economic interest and provide all necessary assistance to those Russian business companies who will be interested and encouraged by today's forum to invest in development of energy sector of Ethiopian economy. Finally, please allow me once again, on my own behalf and on behalf of the chairman of AFROCOM, Senator of Russian Federation, Mr. Igor Morozov, to wish for all participants of Russian-Ethiopian Energy Summit very productive and successful work today. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stanislav Vasilyevich. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you for the work that the committee is doing, and we are moving a bit faster than we thought, and now we are moving a bit faster than we thought, and now we are going to the Ethiopian participants of our event. And our first speaker from the Ethiopian side will be Mr. Getahun Moges. Ato Getahun, welcome to our event. Ato Getahun is the General Director of the Ethiopian Energy Authority, and that is the organization that oversees the energy and license the energy players on the market and the participants of the market, and that is probably the key institution to talk to about the access of the investors, of the potential participants, about the people who are willing to make business in Ethiopia. So we are very much excited to hear from you, and we will be very much interested to hear what you say. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please allow me to join others in commending those responsible in organizing this forum, which is very important and also, I believe, very timely. To recapitulate what happened with Russian interventions or investment in the continent of Africa, we can cite few examples in Ethiopia, in North Africa, and few sub-Saharan African countries. Russian government, Russian companies were engaged in the development of large-scale energy infrastructure, and also in the areas of petroleum refinery plant, and also in the areas of natural gas and petroleum exploration. We want to see more of such viable and long-term intervention by the government and companies of Russia for the benefit of the government people of Russia and also of Africa, in this particular context, the people of Ethiopia as well. It's a pleasure and very much encouraging to hear from Mr. Anton and from Mr. Stanislav about the new initiative to revive and seriously engage Africa, sub-Saharan Africa and Ethiopia as a business partner, because Africa holds the future in terms of development, in terms of creating huge market for technologies, and for the amenities development, which is already highly available in the Russian market. In our country, the energy background is provided by Ambassador His Excellency Alemayehu Tegenu. We have the cradle of renewable energy resources, like hydro is about 45,000 megawatt potential, geothermal close to 10,000 megawatt, and wind energy we have in the orders of 1 million megawatt or 1 gigawatt potential capacity. And there is also gas and petroleum potential in Ethiopia. The first one was, the discovery was made by Russian companies back in the 70s, 80s, but we don't see much of Russian footprints in this area. This is also promising potential. We have also wind, like close to 5.4 kilowatt hour per day per square meter. And we at the Ethiopian Energy Authority, whom I am representing, are empowered to issue license for developers, private or public, generation and transmission, distribution, and in the areas of remote area supply like mini-grid licensing. We also empowered by law to issue resource development license, particularly for geothermal. We issue exploration license, we issue a reconnaissance license, we issue also well field development and operation license, and we have few active private sector players in this area. The government policy totally liberalized power generation for foreign or local companies, and regardless of the source of technology, by policy, renewable is most favored in this country. There is a lot of policy support for developing renewable energy technologies. Currently, we pursue a competitive procurement for issuing licenses or signing a power purchase agreement. This is a national policy, and it is strictly applicable for so far for solar power. A negotiated agreement has already been committed with geothermal. We have also huge potential and studied hydropower project sites which can be availed to interested parties. Many stakeholders are involved in this, including the power generation company and the Ministry of Water, Irrigation, Energy, who do a certain feasibility and pre-feasibility studies. And a serious investor can liaise and engage the relevant offices for purpose of acquiring primary information on the energy sources and their studies, and then their locations, and then for pursuing further engagement. We are also empowered by law to regulate energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is an abstract commodity, but very serious issue in our country. Interested parties can also engage in the areas of providing technical services, such as energy auditing. These are, in few words, our mandates, and all the detailed information are available on our website, ea.gov.et. With these few words, I would like to conclude. Once again, allow me to repeat my deep appreciation of this forum, the first of its kind, at least as far as I'm concerned, to which I myself is a part of this discussion, and it will continue in the future in the hope of getting serious Russian investment. We have information just now about the nuclear technology, which is also in our energy policy, and also the highly developed hydropower, turbine, mechanical, and even civil construction of large dams. There is a promising future for Russian investment, which will be beneficial for both the people and government of Ethiopia and the people and government and companies of Russia as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I cannot hear you. I don't know. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Again, thank you so much for your kind words. And there is one important thing that I want to highlight for all our listeners, is that that is obviously a huge interest in investments and new projects, but also there is just technical assistance. There is the activity that needs to be done that is already on the bidding process, on the tender process, is awarded to the service suppliers, that is already going on in Ethiopia. So the Russian organizations should not only think of the moment when they have like enough money to invest in the project, but they can also start from just doing the work in energy projects in Ethiopia, and it's already a huge market, and the government invests a lot into the development in this area, because the challenges facing Ethiopia are enormous. We will probably have to just make another event like explaining the challenges between the energy sector in Ethiopia and the company. Clean cooking, for example, is huge issue. And for everybody who was in Addis, you just see the smoke that is like not fitting the capital of the large cities. So yeah, thank you so much for talking to us. Our next speaker will be Mr. Ato Yohaus Esheta. 1 second, another second. Ato Yohaus, thank you for joining us. Do you hear us?
Yes, of course, I'm here.
Good. Thank you. Ato Yohaus is the chief for the strategy and the investment, as far as I understand, in the ministry that regulates the energy sector in Ethiopia. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the chance given to me to say a few words about the Ethiopian energy sector and the possible investment opportunity on behalf of Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Energy. As a ministry, my speech will focus on policies, strategies, and the resource and the related high-level information. And hope my colleagues will talk more detail about the legal infrastructure as well as business opportunities here in Ethiopia in relation to energy sector. Related to our energy resource, Ethiopia has huge renewable energy source, including hydro, geothermal, wind and the solar, and other renewable resources. Even though it is small when it's compared to Russia's hydropower resource, Ethiopia has huge hydropower potential next to Democratic Republic of Congo in Africa. The resources are distributed in 8 major rivers, basin, and their innumerable tributaries. According to the recent hydropower potential general survey, the theoretical hydropower potential of rivers throughout Ethiopia is estimated to be around 360 terawatt-hour per year, with technical exploited potential between 45 to 48 gigawatt. And related to our wind resource, according to the recent wind energy resource assessment, Ethiopia's total potential exploited quantity is around 1.3 terawatt, with the highest value in eastern part of the country, Somalia regional state, to the border of Djibouti, with the density more than 400 watt per megawatt. Excellent solar energy resource with monthly average solar radiation power ranging from 4 to 6.6 kilowatt hour per meter square per day. And we have a substantial geothermal resource, and the detail about the geothermal resource maybe will touched by my colleagues from Geological Survey Ethiopia and the Ethiopian Geothermal Association. Regarding policy strategies, we have a climate resilience green economy strategy, which encourages the production of electricity from renewables, such as hydro, wind, solar, and geothermal. And also it promotes energy efficiency and conservation in energy production, transmission, distribution, as well as improving efficiency of energy utilization in the economic sectors. Regarding policies, we have a policy for use and implementation of public-private partnership. In this regard, the government has introduced public-private partnership law and the related instruments in use of PPPs as an infrastructure delivery mechanism. Maybe that extended to broad range of public services that will benefit from private sector experience and investment. Regarding our energy policy, the draft main objective of our energy policy mainly focus and to ensure sustainable energy service to support socio-economic development, urbanization, the transformation of the country. To mention some of the broad objective of the energy policy, one is it aims to improve security and reliability of energy supply, and to be a regional exporter for renewable energy. The other one is strengthening energy sector financing through investment of private sector and fostering international cooperation in energy trade, like we are now gathering. The other broad policy objective, promoting efficient, cleaner, and appropriate energy technologies and energy conservation measures. The other one is ensuring environmental and social safety and the sustainability of energy supply and utilization. Those are some of the broad policy objectives of Ethiopia. Historically, public sector finance has been a sole investment vehicle for development power sector in Ethiopia. Today, government of Ethiopia is initiating a series of actions towards transforming the power sector regulatory framework to involve the private sector, especially in bulk power generation and creating access to electricity in off-grid areas. Now, the government of Ethiopia so believes that the private sector investment will play significant part in enabling the achievement of our strategic objectives for the energy sector. Ethiopia is now preparing a 10-year national development plan, and energy development will play a pivotal role in the implementation of the national development plan, which will expect to run from 2020 up to 2030. Within this planning period, the government aims to attain a cumulative power generation capacity of more than 20 gigawatts from the existing 4.4 gigawatts through the development of renewables and clean energy technologies. Currently, there are a number of generation projects under different level of development. To mention a few of them, 2 big hydropower plants, including the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with the total capacity around 7.3 gigawatt, and 3 wind farms with a capacity of total of 540 megawatts are under construction. 2 private or IPPs solar power projects with total capacity of 250 megawatts, and 2 IPPs in geothermal power projects with a total capacity of 300 megawatts are under commercial clauses. So to reach from renewables that the Russian investors can engage in with different business modalities. Finally, I hope we will have detailed information on investment opportunities and the associated enabling environment. Utility. With those few words, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Yehayas. What you said was very important. There was a lot of numbers. I hope that you will be able to send us the presentation or some materials to watch so we can share with the participants. It's very important, and it's very important to hear what are the investment priorities, like the priorities in energy, the general priorities for the ministry, what you see as the most important areas where you welcome the new players on the market. And we hope that we will be able to convey this information to the Russian business audience, Russian investment community who are interested to invest in Ethiopian energy projects.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to our next speaker. Our next speaker will be, we'll see. Atosh Efere, do you hear us? Okay. It's supposed to be the general director of the Ethiopian Energy Utility.
Yes, yes.
Oh, you hear us. Very good, very good. So we are hearing from the boss in the electric utility company of Ethiopia. So please tell us about the where the people should go directly to your agency, and what is that Russian companies can do, well, from your point of view in Ethiopia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Distinguished Russian and Ethiopian Energy Summit participants. I'm really honored to be part of this summit, and it's my pleasure to share you a brief information about my utility. Ethiopian Electric Utility is a public utility. It is the only national utility engaged in distribution, network operation, and energy sale throughout the country. The utility is mandated for operation of sub-transmission and substation network below 132 kV, which is 66 kilovolt, 45 kilovolt. The distribution network standard in Ethiopia is the medium voltage is 33 kilovolt and 15 kilovolt. And the voltage level, the consumption voltage level is 220 volt for single phase household consumers, and 380 for three phase consumers. We are currently, we do have more than 100,000 kilometers of distribution network within the country. As you know, Ethiopia is a fast growing economy, So the demand for power in Ethiopia is increasing. So my utility is really implementing ambitious initiatives and network expansion to the rural areas. And we are also engaged in upgrading and rehabilitating of the already electrified areas. Because of the economy demand for the electric energy, the previous network developed in the country is now getting saturated. So starting from the capital big city throughout the regional big cities, we are upgrading the distribution network to meet the growing demand of the country. The other assignment of the utilities implementation of the national electrification program in the country. The current energy access in Ethiopia is about 44%. Ethiopia has a population size of about 110 million people. So most of the people are without electricity. To change this situation, the government has launched a very ambitious electrification program. In 2018, we have updated our electrification strategy. So as per the plan of the National Electrification Program, we are envisaging to have 100% access by 2025. So there are a very big opportunities and the challenge in our utility. The opportunities, we are going to have a very good number of customers because of the growing the energy demand from time to time. But the challenge is to meet this demand within a very short period of time. There is one utility, the other utility which is mandated for energy generation and transmission, Ethiopian Electric Power. They are working very hard on the supply side. So we need to work also to evacuate this power to feed the growing economy. So the National Electrification Program is targeting to meet this objective in the country. So by 2025, we need to access all the communities throughout the country to access to modern energy. In this regard, there is a very good opportunity for private investors, specifically for the Russian business, energy business community. There are very good opportunity in this regard. To list at least some of this, it's possible to invest in the rural electrification program. There are some clustered areas where business is very good, specifically in some growing corridors in agro-processing and business activities. These clustered economic corridors could be electrified with the mini grids. It could be solar mini grid or a hydro mini grid, but basically solar is a very good resource for supplying these areas. So manufacturers and IPP investors can participate in developing mini grid in those areas. And as an EPC contractor also, we do have distribution network upgrading and rehabilitation projects throughout the country through the finance of, it could be financed by Russian investors also and banks. Under EPC contract, we can award distribution, network rehabilitation, and construction through competitive bidding, which is another opportunity for business community. Manufacturing of infrastructures also, like solar PVs, solar mini grid, materials and equipment for construction and developing the mini grid. This is also one good area. Manufacturing in Ethiopia and the supplying for the electrification program is also another opportunity. Supply of technologies also, like distribution materials, transformers, and other accessories. We need about 10,000 transformers per year. We do have, of course, some suppliers in the country. Still more is needed for the ambitious electrification program in Ethiopia. We are also implementing digital technologies for our distribution network operation. SCADA system for Addis Ababa is also in progress. So this can also be a very good attractive for the electrical technology business people. In total, the energy sector, especially the utility, is implementing different initiatives through EPC contract, consultancy services also, another opportunity, supply of distribution materials, and PVs for solar home systems, or PV for institutions. These are some of the areas where the business community can participate and contribute to the development of the country. Thank you so much. These are the information I have and brief about regarding Ethiopian electric utility. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for your very detailed explanation of what is needed, and I feel that it was full of the very specific questions and issues, and the way to process this is obviously do the we will prepare some paper on some like presentation or something on what exactly is needed and what are the procedures for the investments in the grids, building the mini grids, supplying the equipment and the service maybe to maintain the assets of the utility, etc. So I believe it's very important to hear that, and thank you very much for taking your time and for preparing such precise list of things that we have to address here. And thank you very much. Thank you for this presentation of yours. Thank you for this speech. And we'll be in touch. Certainly will be in contact, and we'll. It's very important. I think it will be something great done here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be representing the another energy agency. It will be Ethiopian Energy Power, and we have several representatives from the Ethiopian Energy Power. I suggest that we start from Ato Andualem, who is the head of the investment and strategy department of the Energy Power. And am I right?
Yes. Okay.
Good.
So thank you.
Good. So the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mikhail. I would like to extend his sincere apology, Mr. Shaber Balcha, the CEO of Ethiopian Electric Power, for not being here, for giving you a speech and introduction about our company and opportunities that our company can deliver for the Russian investors to cooperate and work together. Basically, I will try to address those things on behalf of him. And I would like to say thank you for the presenters before me and their excellencies, Mr. Ambassador Alamayo Tegenu and His Excellency Egan Rakin for their speech. And I would like to have a brief introduction about our country as a whole, as a general, and I'll come back to our company later. So as a background to give you about our country, I think Mr. Eyes and everybody before me, they have spoken a lot about the energy resources. And as EEP, we already assessed that there is hydropower potential around 45,000 megawatts, solar, we have solar resource around 1,500 to 2,000 kilowatt hour per meter square. Wind, we have around 1.3 tera capacity, and geothermal around 10,000 megawatts of power. Having saying this, I would like to give you an update on what are the major key players on the energy sectors. Basically, there are two organizations in Ethiopia who have major decision makers, basically in the power sector. These are the Ethiopian Electric Power and the Ethiopian Electric Utility. I am representing the Ethiopian Electric Power. Its responsibility is to construct, operate, and deliver power to high customers like Ethiopian Electric Utility, high voltage industries, and neighboring countries. So with this, the Ethiopian Electric Utility, as Mr. Shifarrao said, getting power from us, they will distribute to customers at a voltage level starting from 66 kV below. But our mandate is to deliver power with a voltage level starting from 132 kV till 500 kV that we have till now. But depending on the condition, we might go higher than 500 kV. But at this time, we have 500 kV AC as well as 500 kV DC transmission. Based on our assessment, our peak demand in 2018 was around 2,541 megawatts. In 2019, we have around 2,773 megawatts of peak energy. In terms of energy, we can say that at 2018, the peak overall demand was around 30,780 gigawatt hour, whereas in 2019, the energy demand was 50,192 gigawatt hour. Having said this, we are having power plants and transmission and distribution network to deliver power to our customers. That is the bigger customer is Ethiopian Electric Utility and the neighboring countries as well as other high voltage customers. To deliver power for these customers, we have around 20 power plants, existing power plants. And under construction, we have around 3 power plants. And in the future, we have a plan to build 22 power plants to deliver power to our customers. For delivering power to our customers, we already have a plan to build a substation and transmission line, and we are also constructing transmission and substation projects. For the time being, we have around 24 under construction substation and 79 feasibility completed substation that we are going to make it maybe with the coming 5 years. And we have 16 planned substations to be built with the next 10 years. In terms of transmission, we are having 3,740 kilometers of transmission line under construction, and 4,130 at feasibility stage, and we are going to construct it within the coming 5 years. And for the coming 10 years, we are planning to have around 5,880 kilometers of transmission line. Our focus, while providing power, we are focusing in, we believe that there is opportunity also to work with you in terms of electric access and supply of electricity to support the economy that we are thinking that in the coming 10 years, we are going to have a middle income economy. So our company is planning to expand its transmission and substation to support middle income economy. And we are also planning to have a greater reliability, which this will be also other opportunity area to work together. And we are also planning to have energy mix. So this also will be, again, another area to work together, because our power is mainly dominated by hydro. We would like to have energy mix with the solar, geothermal, wind, and also the nuclear also possible candidate. And the other work that we're planning to focus is the regional integration. We want to be a regional hub for power. So this will also be another opportunity to work together and to invest on. And the other major one is to have development plan, generation planning or generation expansion projects. We're planning to have from hydro, wind, solar, geothermal, natural gas, and waste to energy. These are also a huge opportunity for us to work together. Our existing capacity is around 4,418 or around 4,500 megawatts, and we're planning to have 20,000 megawatts of power in the coming 10 years. So this will give a good opportunity for Russian investors to work with us, to do business with us, and to develop our country as well as their investment too. So having said this, I would like to also address that there are different working mechanisms that our government has already introduced, working with any investment to enhance our energy sector. That is, PPP law is in place, so as any investor can have an opportunity to invest and work in the energy sector. And we are here to facilitate and give any support needed for the effectiveness of this proclamation. Thank you. And maybe we'll further discuss the details if there is any Q&A session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ato Andolim. Thank you very much for your speech. It was also full of details, and also to follow up on this, we certainly will do the brief seminar. We'll have much more detailed information from you. We'll translate it into Russian and we'll distribute it to Russian companies and investors, potential investors. So it's very good. Just the general overview that you gave is very important, and the what is one of the biggest challenges actually in all international relationships, international business relationships, is especially between places that are far from each other, is that you need to see the face on the other side of the communication. And now we see a young face of the electric power, Ethiopian electric power, and we know that we can work with you and we can interact with you on the topics that when Russian investors or Russian potential partners will be willing to get more details and more knowledge. That is, we can follow up on our contact that we made on this conference, and I think that's the purpose of the conference, isn't it?
Yeah.
So thank you very much for joining us. Our new next guest is Atos Ultraso. He is part of the Ethiopian Investment Commission. That's probably the most important organization in Ethiopia to know for every foreign investors. and also he will tell us what his organization is doing and how we can work with this. So, do you hear us okay?
Yes, yes, I hear you fine.
Very good, very good. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sahul Truso, and I'm representing the Ethiopian Investment Commission. The commission is an autonomous government institution accountable to the country's investment board, which is chaired by the Prime Minister himself. The main services provided by the EIC include, I'll just highlight some of the main ones, includes promoting the country's investment opportunities and conditions to foreign and domestic investors, issuing investment permits and business licenses and commercial registrations, registering technology transfer agreements and export-oriented and non-equity-based foreign enterprise collaborations, negotiation and upon government approval, signing bilateral investment promotion and protection treaties with other countries. And one other one would be the advising the government on policy measures needed to create an attractive investment climate for investors. So we have, as a commission, a lot of big responsibilities to do. And within the agency, and actually as a country, we have the following sectors as priority sectors, which includes agriculture and agro-processing, textile and apparel, leather goods, pharmaceuticals, ICT, tourism, mining, and last but not least, energy. And then within the energy sector, you know, there's some restrictions in terms of what foreign investors are allowed and not allowed to do. But if it's within a PPP structure, which is a public-private partnership structure, the import and export of energy is okay. And generation of energy or electrical is okay, except transmission and distribution is only reserved for the domestic investments. But there's a lot of things to do in between, including not only on the import-export and generation of energy, but also on infrastructure development, as well as the consultation of related to these services is also open for foreign investments. So related to the energy sector, you know, there's as a national policy, Ethiopia sees itself as a power supply hub for the East African region through the East African Power Pool. And as a strategy also, investment is an on-grid power generation is open to the private sector, mainly targeting FDI. Off-grid and mini-grid systems are also a major component of the nation's plan to increase access to electricity, and engaging the private sector has been already championed from this perspective. And we have a dedicated regulator, which is the Ethiopian Energy Authority in place, and the power sector is semi-unbundled at this point. I'm sure you have known already, or if you don't, the EEP, or Ethiopian Electric Power, owns all public power generation plants and is the sole power transmission provider. And EEP also conducts all power purchase contracts with independent power producers, which is potential investors that may be there. You know, one of the key reasons for investing within the sector would be a rapidly growing electricity demand at approximately about 35% annually. And this is mainly as a result of a growing population forecasted to reach 120 million by the end of 2020. I think right now we're about 112 to 115 or so. We have a very bold industrialization agenda, which is driving power demand. We have almost close to 20 industrial parks coming in line. Some are private owned, but most are state owned, and they require more than 1,700 megawatts of electricity to operate. Over 4,500 kilometers of electric powered national railway to cover around about 4,700 kilometers, which requires a large electricity demand. And also we have plans of exporting power to our regional neighboring countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Sudan, Djibouti, and so forth. Then, we also have more than 80 gigawatts of exploitable renewable energy reserves, which has not been exploited to the most part. And there's significant opportunities from that perspective. And also locally, there's low electricity access, and it provides opportunity for off-grid solutions to thrive, because about 90% of rural areas are without electricity, and about 14 million households are without access to power. So this gives us a very big, not only a domestic market opportunity to capture, but also to export as well to our regional countries. And one other reason to also invest within the sector in the country is for our young trainable workforce, which have very competitive wages. So as a commission, we facilitate investments from all over the world, and our job is primarily to make sure that you have all of the conducive policies and environments you need to be able to invest in the country. The energy sector is slightly different from other sectors that we promote, because it's not manufacturing, or it's not any of those other industries which are common. So there are other stakeholders that are involved. So our role is to identify investors, provide you with the appropriate incentives and guidance that you need to come into the country. Aside from that, is to facilitate meetings and make sure that you have all of the support you need to make things happen. And we do that within our pre-investment process and post-investment process as well. We also have a very thorough and quite good aftercare unit, which looks after investors post their investment in case they run into issues and so forth. So in essence, this is what we do as a commission. Is our main job is, again, to attract FDI within the country. The energy sector is a priority as identified not only by our agency, but as a country in general. The Ministry of Finance and other agencies have these public-private partnership in place. You have the option of bidding and tendering on solicitation that comes out from directly from this ministry. Or if you see opportunity and you're opportunistic, you have the opportunity to also request an unsolicited tender or unsolicited project, in which case you are giving an advantage to be able to do some level of project within the country. And again, this is giving you the highlight of what we do as a commission and the different opportunities that may be available within the country. So with that, I think if there are any questions, I would be able to address and stay on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this brief presentation. I think that is exactly what we need to hear, that there is the agency, and as I mentioned previously, there is a face to this agency, so we can, I'm sure there are many other faces in the agency, because the task is so gigantic and that's so important. I actually met like a couple beautiful ladies. The agencies have been visiting your offices, almost a year ago in Addis. So there are not only good people, but good-looking men, but also good-looking women there. And we all think that it's very important to have somebody on the ground who can help, who can open the doors and help to have better understanding of the potential partners. So we certainly be guiding people your way, and us as the organization that has office in Addis, we can also help like part of the way. But my question will be, how many Russian investors do you see in your line of work? Do you have like Russian group, Russian line? Because it's easy to find Russian-speaking person in Addis, I think, of Ethiopian origin. Do you work with Russian investors?
No, to be honest, I have not encountered many Russian-based investors within the that have come into the commission that I have personally assisted, but we work quite closely with the embassy here in Addis Ababa. And we actually have a networking group of which at least 2 or 3 of citizens from Russia have joined the group, and we talk about different opportunities as it arises, and we are in touch with their commercial attaché here. But no direct investments that have come in. Again, we would like to facilitate investments. Ethiopia could be a very complex place to do business in, and our job is to make sure that it's less complex. So you can rely on us to make sure that we provide the services that you need, and you can knock on our door at any time.
Yeah, thank you. It's very, very important to have the contact and to understand that there is the organization destined to help, but also that there are people who are open and willing to help. And so we'll probably have to. I have some information, of course, on your website. You have a lot of information on the Investment Commission. Maybe we should exchange just the presentations of some material, so we translate something into Russian and make it available for the wider audience here. And I'm sure that the embassy will be, Ethiopian embassy in Russia will be also more than happy to be a part of such process. It's very important. I'm sure that the investment from the Russian organizations can be much, much bigger than it is now, and certainly because last time I've been to your office, it was only Chinese people, only Chinese people. There is the office on the first floor that the people are using their some small offices, so you have some papers to work with, and there were only Chinese people there, so no Russians. We have to change this. We have to change this. Thank you very much, Atosiol. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your energetic speech, and we hope that we'll have more upcoming on the Russian and Russian investors, how they can work in Ethiopia. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Now we have the. Now we'll go to another agency very much involved into energy development in Ethiopia, and that is Geological Survey of Ethiopia. And I have several people from this organization who are now, and I will ask, do we have Enatfanta Milako? And I will.
No. She's not around.
Okay, good. Who will be talking?
Saladin.
Okay. So, Saladin, the floor is yours. Please explain what you are doing and how it can help us.
Thank you very much. Having all this opportunity, I will try just to give some information about geothermal progress. Dobry day. Okay, as you know now, the economic growth of Ethiopia elevated the demand of energy for household as well as for industrial users. So Ethiopia has a vast renewable energy resources from hydro, geothermal, solar, and the wind that has not been harnessed yet. This is what Russians should understand, that we need a lot of energy, and still we have no as such a big investors as we are expecting from other countries. So please, Russians can come in every part of energy type, but especially there is a lot of energy resources in geothermal energy for electrical use and as well as for direct use utilizations. To achieve a short and the long-term economic growth and development vision of the country, it is essential that the energy sector supply be maximized. The development of power energy has a high demand in the country, and also to export the electric power for foreign currency, given the highest energy demand in the neighboring countries, which gives also the opportunity for all investors. This having of this opportunity is a comparative advantage for all private investors. Therefore, the geothermal energy is one of the resources which will be considered in the existing power development activity in the nation toward enhancing the development of power energy resources. Ethiopia is a country with a high capacity of geothermal as high as 10,000 megawatts. Most of previous speakers has told about this energy resource. But this is only for electrical purpose, this 10,000. There is a huge amount of geothermal energy for direct use application, which maybe it is a temperature which is less than 150 degrees centigrade. But this 10,000 megawatts is recording from 200 to maximum greater than 150 degrees centigrade, which is reaching about 320 degrees centigrade in the central part of Ethiopia. So in this case, what is the benefit of geothermal power generation? This is a relative advantage of less impact on environmental pollution, competitive with other having minimum production cost of power generation resources, as geothermal is giving an efficiency of 90% efficiency. Additional other benefits apart from the electricity generation is use limited area of power generation, possibilities to generate progressively with the required quantity at a specified time. No impact on the potential reserve change due to the drought, reliable for year-to-year annual production greater than 90%, and the reliable alternate source for the National Mixed Energy Development Program, which we are really now expecting from all. The government policy is now a mixed energy using of solar, wind, geothermal, as well as hydro. As a result, in order to access the country and the benefit out of these potential energy resources, an ambitious development plan was developed under the recent Energy Master Plan of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. To obtain the contribution of geothermal power in the national energy mix supply is expected to generate power from geothermal sources to up to 5,000 megawatts by 2037. Of course, this is a big, ambitious plan, which really should be participated the regional investor too. In the short term, hundreds of megawatts is expected to be generated from geothermal, and to achieve this goal, the government has started to work side by side with private sector investors. There is about 7 foreign investors here now in geothermal working who have already owned some concessions. Hydro is more than 90% from total installed capacity of power plants in Ethiopia. Under such circumstances, the Ethiopian electric sector addresses the development of indigenous energy such as geothermal and the wind, and as far as solar is recognition of an importance of energy diversity and the energy mix. Among other indigenous energy, geothermal energy has become more important as a base load power. You know that Ethiopia has commenced geothermal exploration in 1969, covering the whole 150,000 square kilometers in the Ethiopian Rift, which already took back 50 years back. But still, the capacity or the installed capacity of geothermal energy very low. But we have already accumulated a lot of data, a lot of compiled reports, and some experiences and the knowledgeable geoscientists here. In order just to give you a highlight, the survey, in 1970, there was a survey comprised of geoscientific study surveys such as geology, geochemistry, and the geophysics were carried out at reconnaissance stage. Under this survey, there was about 120 localities within the Rift system were identified to have independent medium to high temperature geothermal systems. Dozens out of these geothermal prospects were believed to have potential for generating electricity. The rest will be for direct use utilization. And a much larger number of geothermal resources have been considered as low enthalpy suitable for direct use utilization. This work or this survey has been done with Ethiopian part and the UNDP. Even though Ethiopia has long-term geothermal exploration history, but geothermal utilization has been so far slow, but a lot of scientific data have been collected in the report. So the base load nature of geothermal electricity makes it suitable to avert the shortfalls in the complement hydro generation. As a result, geothermal development in Ethiopia has been given more attention recently than before. So please come and invest in geothermal projects. Currently, geothermal is integrated in the National Energy Development Master Plan. The public sector is implementing various geothermal projects. The private sector is being encouraged to participate in geothermal development projects. A new legal regulatory framework has been put in place to support the generation and the delivery of geothermal energy. Therefore, Ethiopia is expected to connect thousands of megawatts of geothermal power into the grid in the long term. Current geothermal development activity, just to tell some of this, mainly currently 5 private sector companies have been issued licenses in 8 prospect areas. The status of the private companies' exploration could be categorized as active surface exploration, which is Reykjavik Geothermal Consult, completed surface exploration and under power purchase agreement negotiating Clough Geothermal Limited Power, and the PPA and the implementation agreement have been already done, signed and approved by the Council of Ministers, and therefore entered the drilling phase to Lumoye Geothermal Operation Project PLC in the Korbeti. Tulumoye Geothermal Operation PLC has started drilling at Tulumoye now this time and has reached about 635 meter depth in early September 2020. Korbeti Geothermal PLC is expected to start drilling too. So mainly this is direct for electricity, but we have a lot of works which is expected as in the near futures. For the next 5 years plan, the direct use utilization is very crucial, and we are planned to do in this coming 5 years using of this geothermal energy for direct use. Especially Russians have a lot of experience in this direct use application, and we are of course expecting them to get sharing their own experience and some advancements which they have already got it. So please try to come and invest here in geothermals. Finally, I want just to conclude in the way of forward in the future. Despite the long history of geothermal exploration in Ethiopia and an estimated potential of over 10,000 megawatts, only a very little fraction of the total potential has been harnessed so far due to the low priority given for its development in the past. The current national energy policy, among other things, recognizes the need for energy mix, encourage development of renewable energy resources for power generation, encourage participation of the private sector in the electricity generation, and favors development of indigenous resources. Therefore, next to hydropower, geothermal shall be the dominant resource for electricity generation in the future. The legal and the regulatory framework is creating favorable conditions for geothermal investment than before. The private sector is expected to play a key role in the geothermal energy sector development. Sustainable government commitment, proper institutional setup, and the capacity building are some of the major cornerstones for successful development of geothermal energy of the country. Currently, the public sector is implementing various geothermal projects and the private sector is being encouraged to participate in geothermal development projects. Therefore, Ethiopia is expected to connect thousands of megawatts of geothermal power into the grid in the long term. In addition to geothermal electrical generation, feasibility studies for direct use are being planned in the near future, which are expected to change the extent and the type of direct use in the country and maximize its benefits in the agro-industry sectors. Please try to come and visit us. We can expecting more Russian investors to invest in geothermal energy in Ethiopia. Thank you very much. Hello, I don't hear you. Are you hearing me?
Yes. So yes. It's mine. Thank you so much, Ato Saladin, for your words, and I think it's very important that the Ethiopia is using all kinds of the energy sources that God given the country, the land. So the geothermal is obviously one of the biggest potential, but the very hard to utilize, as far as I understand. And Russia has experience there, and Russia has solutions there, and some of the solutions are already working. So there is an experience that we can share, and we certainly will be more than happy to get in touch Russian people who are active in that field with you and your colleagues. That's very important and interesting. And I have to thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to. I would like to say that the geothermal energy in Ethiopia is not only the dream; it's something that is going on. The projects are there, and I want to ask for some words. The person who I'm very helpful for helping me to organize this, and the investor into the energy sector, existing investor in energy sector in Ethiopia, and a man who is running the large geothermal project there, but also can tell us a bit about the investment from the investment perspective, the whole sector of the energy in Ethiopia. So Fidel, floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Fidel Werku. I am a director for M&M Trans-Africa Trading and Horn of Africa Geothermal PLC. Actually, we have now been developing 2 geothermal license areas for the past 5 years. And we have at present concluded all the required studies and assessments needed to go into the exploration phase. And also, geothermal laws and procedures have been fully concluded and ratified by the Ethiopian government in the past year, allowing us a much better scope in terms of a clear vision and path. Our company is now at the cusp of exploration for 2 world-class license areas, and we are now looking at taking 2 more concessions in Djibouti, 1 in South Sudan border and 1 on the Kenyan border. We have also concluded the final steps of a major geothermal grant that pays up to 80% of exploration from the German and UK governments. We plan in the near future to sign a power purchase agreement with the Ethiopian government, which will secure an income per kilowatt generated to the grid. This amount will be paid in US dollars. Yes, and Ethiopia already exports electricity for foreign currency to South Sudan, Kenya, and Djibouti, and there is an ever-increasing demand for electricity from our bordering countries. And our long-term company plan is to erect a geothermal plant, or to erect several geothermal plants near the borders of these countries, reducing the distance required for transmission. although we have been bolstered financially by grants, we would like to explore the possibility of working with Russian energy companies to utilize their technical capabilities and to talk about the needed steps to bring our two countries together, for dual benefits in the coming near future. Otherwise, Mikhail, thank you so much for organizing this. We hope to get some sort of dialogue going with a few companies in order to sort of get mutual benefit on the energy field for Ethiopia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fidel. Thank you for your brief explanation of what you are doing. The areas where the geothermal projects are running in Ethiopia are far from the capital. Is it a challenge from the security standpoint?
Actually, so the license areas that we're looking at are in the Afar region, which generally is less populated than some other parts of Ethiopia. So as a result, we don't really anticipate any security issues. Having said that, though, I believe that in the coming future, we're looking at a much more secure Ethiopia in terms of wherever it might be. There's been a lot of progress in the near future and in the very recent sort of past that gives us a lot of hope in being able to say with confidence that we will have a much quieter sort of Ethiopian countryside or districts or regions. So we are going to invest without hesitation on our part, and we will encourage any foreign investors, especially Russians, to join us on this.
Thank you for clarification. When we are talking about the investment projects in energy, and about the hydro, for example, because the hydro is where Russia is certainly has enormous experience and enormous potential. Are there huge international investments already? What are the biggest projects that you know, maybe in energy sector, maybe in hydro and other areas? What are the biggest ones? How would you say?
Well, of course, the biggest one and our most famous one is the Grand Renaissance Dam in terms.
So, something is not working. We'll see how we can do it. We'll try to get our guests to reconnect and then establish better communication. Meanwhile, I would like to say thank you for everybody who is listening us. And I would like to address one of the questions that we got while we were doing the broadcast. One of the listeners, one of the listeners asked, can I have the files? And the need for the presentation is obviously clear for us that you need some context. And there is we will be posting, and our solution is very simple. We will just post the presentations and other materials. It will probably take a couple of days for us to collect it from all the speakers. We explicitly asked them not to present anything, not to show slides while talking, but we'll certainly send the information to everyone who is registered for the event. So that's maybe one more reason to register. If you haven't done it also already, you can do it on our website or you can do it on the Facebook. The event is open public, so everybody who is watching this right now on YouTube can go and find our Facebook page on our website and register there, and we will send the information. Another things that we heard from the people watching this, just one of our listeners just asking, can we stop the fuel business? It's important to understand that for Ethiopia, 97% of the whole energy sector in the country is of renewable energies. So it's not, Ethiopia is not that big on hydrocarbons and the stuff like that. And waste, maybe you mean by the waste of fuel, you mean just using the waste as the source of energy. Yeah, Ethiopia runs something like this. We can ask Fidel, he came back to us. Okay, your connection was went bad, yes. So we come back to you, and we were talking about the energy projects. So please continue.
So no, I was just going to say that as mentioned by the gentleman from the Geological Surveys, there hasn't been enough private investment when it comes to energy of any type, including hydro, so far in Ethiopia. The scope is unbelievably big.
Yeah.
So far, it has been government projects that have dominated almost completely. But there is definitely encouragement from all our government departments and from the Prime Minister's office to push the private sector to be involved and to encourage foreign companies and foreign specialists to become involved in these fields, as it's an unbelievably big scope, and Ethiopia is in a much better position in terms of policy and laws, and we can see a much smoother sort of operation when it comes to these things in the coming future. So that's the big difference between the past and what's about to happen now.
Thank you so much for this comment. It's important for us to understand this. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for helping to make this thing. I think we'll move further with our bombastic objectives, as Mr. Korneyev from the Russian Embassy said. Yeah, we have a lot of things to do. It's a challenge. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next speaker, one second. Our next speaker, Ato Asefa, can you switch on your camera? Wow, very good, very good. Very dark. Oh, now it's so much better. Yeah, so we have Ato Asefa Negusia from the Ethiopian Electric Power.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well. Very well. So the floor is yours, please. Okay, we're listening. We are ready.
Okay, I thank you very much, Mikhail. This is an honor for me to participate in this energy.
Okay. Everything is good. Just go on. Yes, we hear you very well. Yes, we hear you very well. We hear you very well. Everything is good. Everything is good. We hear you very well. We see you very well. So just go on. Just go on.
Okay, okay. Thank you once again, Mikhail, for organizing such a big event, Energy Summit. It's honor for me to participate in this forum. So I am the executive officer for the generation construction under Ethiopian Electric Power. So my friend Andualem already mentioned some of the key aspects of this environment to attract foreign investors, especially Russians. I would like to say a few things with regard to construction. Currently, we are having a big construction that is Grand Renaissance Dam, which is around 5,150 megawatts, is under construction. It's hydro. As you know, Ethiopia has a capacity, a potential. The theoretical hydro potential is more than 45,000 megawatts. Still, currently, we do have around 4,000 megawatts, including wind and a few geothermal. You can see from this, the utilized part is very, very few when compared with the hydro potential. So, having said this, we do have energy policies, as my colleagues mentioned. The energy policy, even though it's at draft level, the energy proclamation, regulations, and establishments of this energy sector. Ethiopian Electric Power, under the establishment regulation 381/2016. The same is true for Ethiopian Electric Utility and Ethiopian Electric Agency, already Getachew mentioned. We do have also the proclamation of the geothermal, public-private partners, and investment policy, already our colleague from the investment mentioned. So these legal frameworks are the basic, I believe, for Russian investors to come and invest in Ethiopia. So we do have a very nice legal framework establishment. Regarding the potential, solar, hydro, geothermal, wind, already mentioned, we are far below when it compares with the utilization. Some of the potentials I would like to mention is we do have, for example, TAMS project, which is under Baro Akobo River with a capacity of 2,000 megawatts. It is under feasibility stage. We do have also, I would like to mention some of the bigger ones. Karadobi, which is in Abai Basin, which is 1,600 megawatts under feasibility. And we do have a lot, ranging from 300 megawatts up to 2,000 megawatts. Some of them are under reconnaissance, some of them are under feasibility study. The geothermal already mentioned, because of the location of our Rift Valley, we do have 26 prospect sites that identified a potential of 10,000 megawatts. Some of them are already mentioned in Tendaho, around Afar region, Aluto, Langano, and Butajaram, Nateka. These are some examples in geothermal areas. In fact, we do have, there is a saying that Ethiopia is a certain months of sunshine. We do have certain months. So because of this, the radiation for the solar is irradiation is very high. So we do have a potential for the solar also. To mention example is like Walenchiti, 150 megawatts, Metama, Horso, these are ranging 125 to 150 megawatts. The other potential is wind. Distribution of average wind speed in Ethiopia at elevation of 50 meter is 7 meter average. To mention some of them are Adama 3, 150 megawatts, because we have already finished and put in operation Adama 1 and Adama 2. So 3 is, there is a potential. Asella, Debre Birhan, Iteya, these are some of the potential wind areas ranging from 100 megawatt to 150 megawatt installed capacity. So the potential is there, and our targets, energy targets, our government has put a 10-year master plan to increase our current capacity, generation capacity of 4,000 to 16,000 megawatt in 2024 and to nearly 20,000 megawatt in 2030. The same is true for the transmission, energy exports, grid access, everything, even the supply loss. We do have supply loss of 16.2%. We have a plan to reduce this to 11.8 in 2024 and gradually to 10% in 2030. So there are a very good potential in Ethiopia. The weather condition is also very nice and it is untapped. You have a new opening for especially for energy sector. The government is very committed to help these investors to invest in this energy sector. So we will be more than happy to welcome the Russians and to go extra miles, because we are, as energy experts, we would like to go extra miles to help Russian investors in energy sector. So the one more thing, as owned by government and public, that means the resettlement issue will not be a difficult issue. So everything is in place. So we will be more than happy again to welcome the Russian investors. I thank you very much, Mikhail. I thank you all the participants for having me to participate in this energy summit. Thank you very much.
Oh, Ato Asef, it was wonderful. It was very very important to hear these words, and I'm sure that there is a big interest in the topic, especially with the scale, the speed of the development that is needed for Ethiopia. And it's like increasing 2 times in like 5 years, something like that is your objectives. It's something that that all investors are looking for, because that is the scale that makes you pays off your risks of the investors. So that sounds very good. And but still, what you're saying of the energy objectives, it's for the production that will be in centralized grid. Is that correct? Is that for the centralized grid, not for the dependent grids? Because it seems like Ethiopia can use even more energy than this.
Yeah.
That's it's very important.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We hear you well.
Can you hear me, Mikhail?
We do. We hear you. You're okay. Okay. There is probably it's no sound on your side. We hear you very well. But I think that yes. I think
Can
we
you hear
should.
me now?
We do. Yes, we hear you very well.
If I catch your point,
I think that we should move on. And we have one more participant from Ethiopia. If Atohundi, are you willing to speak, or you're just watching us?
Yeah, I would like to speak.
Okay, please go on.
No, it should be Atohundi, not me.
So just yes. So, do we have any more speakers from Ethiopia's side?
Here it is.
Yes. Atohundi, are you willing to speak?
Yes.
I would like to speak.
Very good.
Few words. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Please, I can't see you.
And we can see you.
Okay,
do something with your camera. Gentlemen, your camera is pointing into the table.
Wait for a minute.
No. I think it's okay now.
Yes.
Excellencies, distinguished participants. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hunde Malka, Director at the Geothermal Resource Exploration and Assessment Director in the Geological Survey of Ethiopia. The Geological Survey of Ethiopia is a public organization that's mandated to generate geoscience, to generate and disseminate geoscience information. And the Geological Survey of Ethiopia is among the few institutions that provide geoscience information and energy information for the private or public development programs. And with this, I would like to thank the organizers for your kind invitation and for successfully organizing such a beautiful summit on this critical subject. It's indeed a pleasure and honor for me to attend this very important Ethiopia-Russia Energy Summit, and I would like to take this opportunity to share some facts to the participants on the energy potential of Ethiopia. Actually, much has been said by previous colleagues, but I'd just like to touch a few things, particularly those in the mineral sector. Studies that has been conducted for years to date in various sectors such as the water, energy, and the mineral sector have revealed that Ethiopia, located in eastern part of Africa, is endowed with huge and various kinds of energy resources, which has been mentioned by previous speakers. The main ones being hydro, wind, solar, geothermal, petroleum, coal, and oil shale from the mineral sector. When it comes to the geothermal, very recently, we have undertaken a master plan study with the Japan cooperation on more than 24 prospectus. And accordingly, Ethiopian Rift Valley high temperature geothermal energy of more than 10,000 has been estimated. As you know, the Ethiopian Rift Valley is very big. It's an extension of the East African Rift System, which extends from Kenyan border in southern part of the country to the Eritrean border in Rose. It runs for about 1,005 kilometer length. Apart from the 10,000 megawatt estimated for power generation or electricity generation, there is also a significant low to medium temperature geothermal resource that could be developed for various direct uses, including agriculture and other development projects. Among these 24 prospects, most of them, I hope some around 14 prospects have been already licensed to private companies, to non-private geothermal companies, and to public organizations, the Ethiopian Electric Power, and most of them are under detailed exploration that includes drilling for development and for exploration. When you come to the petroleum sector, the geological setup of Ethiopia is also favorable to host petroleum, which is oil and gas and natural gas. And accordingly, the studies done so far have identified more than 5 sedimentary and rift basins that are believed to host petroleum. By the exploration works done so far, about 8 TCF, 8 trillion cubic feet natural gas has been already delineated in one of the basins, the known Ogaden Basin, and the development works by private companies are underway in this region to produce the already identified natural gas in the Ogaden Basin. There are also other international oil companies that are undertaking exploration works in the basins that are believed to host petroleum, including the largest basin, the Ogaden Basin, which covers more than 350,000 square kilometers in area. And there is a good potential to explore for petroleum in Ethiopia. When you come to coal and oil shale, a number of occurrences has been identified in the different parts of the country. However, in southwestern and western part of the country, a reserve of more than 300 million tons of coal have been delineated. There is also production on some of the coal deposits, mainly in the southwestern part of the country. The proven oil shale reserve is estimated to be around 250 million tons. Apart from this energy mineral resources, there are also other occurrence of other mineral resources like graphite, lithium, nickel, copper, which are vital inputs or ingredients to modern technologies, especially in the production of electric vehicles wind and solar energy production, which are mainly known as battery minerals. Actually, even though their existence is identified, it requires further exploration works. Despite the significant energy potential in Ethiopia, less than 50% of the 110 million population that makes the country the second populous country in Africa after Nigeria has access to modern energy or electricity. So we can see that there is a big gap, or there is high demand of modern energy. This is mainly due to the underdevelopment of the energy sector. As has been mentioned by previous speakers, the total installed capacity from all sources is to date is around 4,500 megawatts. The major, which is about 90% being from hydro. So considering the population of Ethiopia and the fast growing industrial sector, there is huge demand for modern energy in Ethiopia. The demand is not only from Ethiopia, there is also significant demand from neighboring East African countries. So far, Djibouti and Sudan are already connected to the grid. And there is also a demand from Kenya and other neighboring countries. So you can say that there is a big market in this region. On top of this inviting energy potential, there is also conducive energy policy and other legal frameworks that encourage and guarantee private investment in Ethiopia. Accordingly, Russian public or private investment is welcome in exploration, development, and the generation of energy from all sources, including the mineral sector. And also, they are welcome in the provision of technology and equipment required to develop energy from the various resources. And I think there is also a space to participate on the building of infrastructure and provision of equipment for the equipment and technology that's required to build energy infrastructure. In conclusion, I'd like to say that the huge energy potential and diverse nature of the energy sources, the high demand for modern energy in Ethiopia and the region, the conducive regulatory framework and investment environment, and the well-trained and easily trainable human resource availability will make Ethiopia
Okay, now I'm sorry, what was again muted. We had the difficulties with that with our colleague from the Geological Survey, and we'll hope that he will be able to connect back to us. If not, we will be finalizing the Ethiopian part of the of the conference. We heard the presentations from many people, and we probably heard from, like, again, it's not to sound very.
Can you hear me,
So,
Mr. Mikhail? I'm back.
Yes, now you're back with us. So you were finishing your speech. Please go on.
Shall I go on?
Yes, please do.
I'm already on the conclusion part. So, in conclusion, I would like to say
and again. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate that there is no way for Atohundi to conclude his speech. We heard about the potential that Ethiopia has in geological resources, in natural resources, and what geology knows about that. And we heard about the non-energy projects as well. We heard about the oil resources and other metals and stuff. So we probably should do more talking about this topic. But at the moment, yes, I think that we will be moving to the Russian part. The sector for the Russian, the sector that we'll be talking to the producers for and we start with the Russian Export Center. Vladimir, good day.
Good afternoon, Mikhail.
Thanks
for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you so much for your patience for that. Well, we are like living thing, this conference is. So we are now coming to talk about the Russian abilities and Russian industry potential for the Ethiopian energy sector and what can be done there. And certainly it's very hard to achieve something if you don't have the government export agency as one who is helping to open the doors, to help to facilitate the deals. And that's precisely what the Russian Export Center is created for. And that's exactly what your organization is doing and your sector is doing. So please elaborate on that. The floor is yours.
Mikhail, that's correct. Colleagues, once again, good afternoon. My name is Vladimir Belausov. I'm a director for the export support of the power engineering industry at the Russian Export Center, that I will further refer to as REC. Within my report, I would like to briefly go through the capabilities of REC in general and present some financial measures that can support potential execution of the projects in the energy sector of Ethiopia by the Russian contractors, by the Russian exporters. I also would like to mention that despite the COVID current situation in the world, we continue supporting Russian exporters and to open new markets and new doors for export even more intense. So a few words about REC. REC is a state-owned development institution established by the Russian government to support the export of goods, equipment, and services. The REC group is made of three entities. First of all, it's the Russian Center itself, which is the group's parent company, which is responsible for the non-financial measures of the export support and for the state subsidies, which are aimed to boost the export as well. Secondly, it's the XCR, the Russian credit agency, which provides the insurance coverage. And finally, it's the Exim Bank of Russia that has various product line of export trade financial instruments. To improve the export conditions and to develop foreign trade, here in REC we also cooperate with all the relevant ministries, state institutions, business and industry associations, and agencies in Russia. As a result, REC offers a wide range of financial and non-financial tools to the export-oriented companies in order to boost their projects in the foreign markets. It also stands to highlight that REC is focused primarily on the non-commodities exports. And in this view, we here in REC, we support the following industries. First of all, it's metals. Secondly, it's civil machinery, which also includes the power engineering equipment that can be utilized in the energy sector, for instance. We also support agriculture, I mean the food staples. We support chemicals, we support pharma goods, consumer goods, construction materials, also timber industry, I mean pulp and paper, woodworking, and so on. So speaking of the group performance indicators, I think it stands to mention that in 2019, the total volume of export supported by the Russian Export Center was 19.5 billion USD. The volume of export insurance provided by XCR standalone was 18.4 billion US dollars. And XR has provided various insurance products to support projects executed by more than 400 Russian exporters and manufacturers of goods designated for the international markets. Wherein the Exim Bank of Russia has provided financing and bank guarantees amounting for around 700 million and 760 million USD. The geography of projects supported by REC covers almost all regions around the world, including the African continent, that here in REC we consider as one of the, let's say, growth areas for the Russian export. Regarding the products, I already mentioned that REC offers a wide range of financial and non-financial tools. So for the non-financials, we provide analytics and research for the foreign trade, for the demand of products in the certain markets. We also conduct the search for potential customers, buyers in the foreign markets. We ensure the company's participation in the international exhibitions and business missions, several forums like the today's Energy Summit, in order to facilitate the B2B contacts. We consult on the subject of goods preparation for the foreign market requirements. I mean the certification, patenting, licensing, and so on. We also consult on the proper logistics and the customs administration. So altogether, these are the non-financial services provided by REC. When it comes to the Exim Bank of Russia, the product line of our bank contains all the export trade finance tools. First of all, these are the bank guarantees to secure the payments and the performance obligations. These are the loans for the exporters to finance the working capital and deferred payments under the export contracts. And of course, these are the loans for the foreign buyers. It can be the direct loan, it can be financing through the confirmed letter of credit, and finally, this can be the loan to the bank of a foreign buyer. And we believe that these products can be really very supportive to execute the energy projects in Ethiopia with participation of the Russian contractors. Since such kind of projects require a long-term financing due to a high capex of the projects, and actually we are ready to consider such projects to provide financing. And of course, it stands to mention that here in Russia we have a special export support program in the Exim Bank of Russia, launched together with the Ministry of Trade and Industry of Russia, that aims to support the export of high technology products. And within this program, the Exim Bank of Russia offers loans at rates that can significantly increase the export capabilities of the company. Yeah. Speaking of the high technology goods, we mean the equipment and for the power engineering industry as well. Concerning XCR Insurance, first of all, XCR is the only export agency in Russia. It provides insurance coverage to protect export credits from commercial and political risks. So liabilities of XCR are covered by the sovereign guarantee released by the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation. And under any export contract, XCR covers losses up to 95% of the contract value in case of political risks, and up to 90% in case of commercial risks. Speaking of political risks, we mean changes in legislation, refusal of the state counterparty to perform its obligation under the export contract, as also the acts of war. Commercial risks include failure to pay, delay in payment, bankruptcy, and so on. The products of XR are designed for the Russian exporters, as also to the Russian financial institutions and foreign financial institutions. In case of exporters, XR provides a supply credit insurance and insurance of the short-term receivables to protect Russian companies from the risk of non-payment from the buyer. In case of banks, XR first of all provides a buyer's credit insurance to protect the creditor from the risk of non-payment, for non-repayment of the loan provided to a foreign borrower for payment of goods under the export contract. As I already mentioned, the geography of projects supported by REC includes African region that we consider as a strategic partner. And certainly this was one of the drivers for arranging the Russia-Africa Economic Forum that took place in October 2019 in Russia, in Sochi. And Ethiopia, of course, it was one of the forum's participants. And I remind that the forum was a strategic step towards creating favorable conditions to develop trade and economic relations between Russia and African countries. So to increase the trade development with Africa, REC actively interacts with the financial institutions in the African continent, wherein we consider interbank lending as a priority financing structure for the African projects, including the energy sector as well. In particular, I want to highlight our cooperation with the Fraxim Bank. That REC became one of the shareholders back in 2017. As we know, Fraxim Bank is a supranational financial institution that unites almost all countries in Africa. The main objectives of Fraxim are to develop and to provide trade between African countries and beyond the continent. So cooperation of REC and the Fraxim Bank allows to work on the specific projects executed by the Russian companies in Africa with a much needed opportunity to reduce financial risks and by providing required financing and ensuring the relevant loans to push the project's execution. Among other financial institutions, we also cooperate with the Trade Development Bank of the Eastern Africa, which is a DFI, Development Financial Institution, which covers COMESA countries, including Ethiopia. On top of that, we are ready to consider on lending via Commercial Bank of Ethiopia as well, when we speak about the infrastructure and any other projects to consider providing financing in Ethiopia. Speaking of the exports from Russia to Ethiopia today, it's relatively low, and it is it is primarily made of grain, of fertilizers, and metals. And today we definitely see a big potential to increase the export of machineries and equipment for the power plants and so on. So we understand that there is a certain demand a certain need in Ethiopia for modernization and building new capacities in power generation and in the grids, and this was already mentioned by my Ethiopian colleagues. And we're sure that such kind of projects can be potentially managed by the Russian companies and by the Russian technologies in this area. And Russian machinery manufacturers and EPC contractors have competences in such areas as thermal power plants, hydro and geothermal power generation, solar power generation, transmission and distribution. And here in REC, we already support several huge projects in power engineering in other countries. Therefore, we hope that the current forum will help the parties to find new opportunities and joint projects for execution. And we are ready to consider possible financial and insurance support to the relevant projects in Ethiopia for the benefit of both Ethiopian energy companies and the Russian engineering companies that can deliver such kind of projects. As I said before, we consider interbank lending via local banks with sufficient credit limits as a priority financial structure. Wherein domestic banks, we believe, the domestic banks and financial institutions have comprehensive knowledge about the market, about the legislation, and they're capable to analyze both the project and the borrower. So by this means, we are open to start discussion with Ethiopian customers and financial institutions that can act as borrowers to us regarding financial support of the projects, as I said, that can be executed by the Russian companies using Russian technologies and so on.
Thank you so much, Vladimir. Thank you for detailed explanation of what to expect and what should be the context of the working with the Russian Export Center. Just to make it clear, you're talking that the ideal scheme from your perspective is when the Ethiopian banking institution loans money to the Ethiopian company to purchase something from the Russian company. Is that what?
Yes, that's correct. We are ready to consider providing funding.
And you can provide funding for the Ethiopian banking institution.
Yes, this could be the Ethiopian banking institutions, and this can be the regional financial institutions, such as the Trade Development Bank of Eastern Africa, for instance, yeah, or any other who are interested in developing projects in Ethiopia.
I see. So we can probably also, for like fostering the international trade, it's probably will be helpful if we can find the group of the Ethiopian banks willing to, because the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia is obviously it's like a simple solution. It's like Sberbank of Russia. It's number one that you see on any list. On the other hand, they might be not very flexible in the procedures and very cumbersome dealing with them. Like having the tiny company with account in the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. Well, I have experienced that like more than I ever will. So, but we can find the ways there, because it's very simple to, well, it's not simple, but it's not that complicated to locate the good partner among the other banks. But I see about the Afrexim Bank is also the important venue probably, and Ethiopian organizations should be thinking of working with them to be able to get the financing that will finally come through your mechanisms, but it should originate from Afrexim Bank. But I understand that is...
The funding will originate from the Russian banks and from the Exim Bank of Russia in particular. But the loan is going to be provided to the domestic bank, which will be the borrower to us, yeah, and the creditor to the project and to the Ethiopian company from the energy sector.
Thank you so much. It's very important. It's very important to understand, and obviously the loans and the financing is the of big interest to people who are watching us. We have several questions on that, and we'll probably be able to give even more detailed explanation. So. Yeah, and we have the comment from our listener in Ethiopia to plan to collaborate on stock market development in Ethiopia. Probably that's not exactly the venue of the Russian Export Center that is supporting the Russian exports, although the task is of great interest for us. For like Explore Ethiopia, for example, we have partners in this who help to develop stock market in different countries. But in any case, it's not probably not the specific issue to address with the Vladimir right now.
That's true. You, Mikhail, you actually answered the question.
Doing all I can to help. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating, and we'll hope that the any development of the conversations that we are starting in this event will sooner or later be coming to you for some support, because we think that the export of the Russian machinery is of big interest not only to exporters but also for the government that is changing the structure of the Russian exports, and obviously that's a big task that is important for everyone in Russia.
That's where I started from, because right now this structure of Russian export is limited, and now we see huge potential and opportunities to expand the structure through the export of machinery for the energy sector.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you again for joining us. Our next guest, one second. Our next guest will be from the Association of Economic Relationship with African Countries. Can you connect?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, no camera. I hear you, but I don't see you.
Yes, we are sorry we don't have camera because we got invitation on the flight, so we are using the means which are available at the moment. Sorry.
Can you try to post your picture or something that we don't have this black thing? It's in the interface. You can find how to do it, but well, please start. Andrei Albещенко from Association of Economic Cooperation with African States.
Можно сюда добавить картинку нашу, лого? We will try to add the logo instead of
on the fly, of course.
Yes. So let me start now. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm representing the Association of Economic Cooperation with African States. Let me explain what we are doing and who we are. The story of association started at the summit of African head of states, which took part in 2019 in Sochi, where most of the African head of states and leaders came together to discuss cooperation with Russia. Afterwards, the summit, by the initiative of the Foreign Office of Russia, the secretariat, the permanent secretariat of Economic Cooperation Summit was created of the forum, and Association of Economic Cooperation was created to be a working tool or coordination organization to handle the economic relationship with the African countries, with Russian state bodies, with Russian large and medium-sized export companies. And our main goal is to help Russian companies to expand into African markets in various sectors, not only commodities, but also machinery, services, and so on and so forth. We also going to help develop the humanitarian relationship between Russian educational institutions and African public in order to create a workforce which will be capable in dealing with Russian companies and Russian technologies. So now I'm advised that we can add the picture. Sorry. Okay. Let me add the logo of our not so easy. Wait a second. Можешь подключиться. Sorry about this. Sorry for inconvenience. So again, I would like to summarize what I said before. We, as Association of Economic Cooperation, is intermediary body which is working hand by hand with the permanent secretariat of Russia-Africa Summit, with the Foreign Office, with Russian ministries, Russian enterprises, and educational institutions. This is on Russian side, and on the side of African states, we are trying to cooperate and help African government institutions and private organizations to build up the strong bridge with the Russian market and with the Russian players on this market.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The association is relatively new organization. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. We were established just a couple of months ago. So we made inaugurational presentation on the 9th of September in Moscow, where ambassadors of most of African countries were present, and it was also made in cooperation with Roscongress, which is a Russian organization for exhibitions, congresses, and high-level forums. And this inauguration was opened by Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia Foreign Affairs, Mr. Bogdanov, and with the head of Secretariat of the Russian African Summit, Ambassador Ozerov. And it was attended by major Russian corporations and government organizations. So at this inaugurational presentation, we broadcast to the public our goals and missions, and it can be found on the website of our association. So if somebody is interested to learn more about this and look at the press briefings, everybody are welcome to go to the website of association, and most of the information can be found on the website.
Thank you, Andrei. So we can probably say that our event is the first event where the association, like, officially took part at, like, the first of your events in probably the long life of the association.
Yes, thank you for this. We taking part in the telephone conference. That's absolutely correct. It's the first international telephone conference after the inaugurational meeting in September. So we are pleased to be invited. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. And your partners of Roscongress would be a wonderful partner for the whole event. We'll have much more audience, I believe, in that case, and we can get even more participants and the speakers than we have now. Although we have the creme de la creme for the Ethiopian energy sector and the Russian industry, but still Roscongress is somebody who is the organization that will certainly strengthen the events. So probably the next events we can do together and ask them also to help us. What do you think?
Yeah. Yes, I think it's a good idea.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's important for us to hear from the association because the biggest event in all the Russian-African relationship history is the summits. Russia-Africa Summit. The one was held last year, and the next one will be in 2022. In 2022. Am I correct?
Yes, the next event is already scheduled for 2022.
Absolutely, and that is the most important events, I would say, in the area of economic cooperation between Russia and African countries. So we certainly are aspiring to work in the very close contact with the association and the secretariat and all the organizations involved. Thank you so much, Andrei.
Let me add a little bit of color. the forum which took part in 2019 made an ambitious goal to double the trade between African states and Russia. At the current level, we have around $10 billion of annual turnover between all African states and Russia. So the ambitious goal is to have $22 billion by the time of the next summit in 2022. So this is also one of the missions which we have to carry to support the trade and exchange between Russia and Africa to achieve this goal.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for connecting to us on such a short notice, and we'll be looking forward to get more contact with the association. Now our next speaker is a person who is pretty important in the Russian energy sector, I would say, and the organization that he leads also provides a lot of support and the coordination for the sector. Just 1 second, I will put your. Okay, let me. Floor is yours, Alexei, and we will be helping you and we'll be listening to you.
Hi, Mikhail. Thank you for presentation. My name is Alexei Zhikharev. Hello, everybody. I am a partner in consulting firm Vygon Consulting. We are doing a lot in the power and oil and gas sector, providing support to our investment clients and government and ministries to design the local energy markets. As well, I am a director in association, Russian Renewable Energy Development Association. This association was organized around 3 years ago, but active, so to say, life began 2 years ago. And the main target of the association is to promote the implementation of renewable energy generation into the Russian energy system and the greening economy, which is related directly to the usage of renewable energy resources in the structure and balance of power generation and consumption. I would then briefly describe, so what is this association right now? We are uniting right now 17 companies with a total portfolio of generation project by now focused mostly in Russia, with a volume about 5 gigawatts. So this is the almost the whole Russian renewable energy market. And we unite the companies from the different fields. So these are independent investors, developers of the projects, and as well the producers of the equipment which is being produced for the renewable energy generation. I would mention that Russia Renewable Energy Support Program has very important condition. It's local content requirements. So the project with a certain level of local content requirement can get the specific support from the market. And because of that, we right now see the very active development of this sector in Russia. So new investors are coming to the industry. So we have around 900 gigawatts of technical potential of production of equipment for the wind generation and more than 700 megawatts in solar. I saw in the program that we have representatives of the companies who are members of the association and who are producing this equipment. probably they would mention some specific technical parameters of the equipment and provide their insights on the potential collaboration between them and Ethiopian projects. But if we have to talk about the directions of potential collaboration between Russia and Ethiopia in the energy field, I would say that renewable energy for sure is one of the most preferable direction, because as I have checked in the different official documents in Ethiopia's sites and in the World Bank, so Ethiopia is going to make itself as a East African hub for renewable energy because of the high potential in wind, solar, and geothermal energy. And at the same time, Russia right now is discussing the second stage, second step in the renewable energy support program. And besides local content requirement, the new requirement in the second stage will be the export requirement. So the investors willing to get the specific tariff or support for their projects will have to prove that they use the equipment which is not only localized in Russia, but as well is exported to other countries. Right now, the certain parameters are being discussed in the government, but I can tell you that we are talking around from 5 to 15% of the total capital expenditure should be proved as an export in the future program. That's why I see that there is a huge potential for the Russian localized producers to review the Ethiopian market as a key potential. There is a program, as I know, the Lightning Africa, which was and is led by the World Bank, where I worked several years ago, and usage of the Russian solar panels could be the right direction. I saw that the company Havel will be speaking a bit later. I hope that they will be presenting their panels and will mention that the efficiency of the panels is pretty high and can be very actual for the Ethiopian market as well. If we also would speak about other but renewable energy directions in the energy sector, as I have looked through the key documents about the Ethiopian energy market and energy system, there is a pretty high projected deficit in the energy because of the high growth rate, which is projected by the local government. And it immediately means that Ethiopian markets will be looking for the international investors to step into the market. But at the same time, it's being mentioned that the nowadays tariff system and the regulatory system is not pretty favorable for the independent power producers, and that's why there is a process of review of the local regulation and the review of the design of the energy system. And this could be as well one of the potential direction where Russian companies, producers, Russian government organization, consultancy companies can share the experience of the design of the energy system. Another direction is the distribution sector. I've seen that the losses in the distribution sector as well on a pretty high level. This could be another potential for Russian companies who can play a role of kind of energy energy service companies to invest into the local infrastructure within the government, private government partnership. These are the directions where I can see the pretty good potential for collaboration. In case Mikhail or any other our participants have questions, I would love to answer. Thank you.
One second. Thank you, Alexey. Thank you for a detailed explanation of what the association is and how you, as a person who is involved in the reform of the Russian energy and development of Russian energy sector, what you see in the Ethiopian energy sector as the potential points of the growth of where the advisory and the technical assistance and the consulting assistance from the Russian experts might take place and might make sense. That is something that we probably should talk more with the energy officials, with the ministry, with the embassy here, ask if that is something that we can offer, because obviously the experience that Russian energy sector went through will not be very much dislike what Ethiopia is going to, because both countries were departing from the centralized, totally government-owned system and fully central one, and Ethiopia is just very, very slowly moving from that direction. Like very recently, Ethiopian Energy Power was the agency in charge for all generation in the country. Now it's already 60% of generation is by the energy power, Ethiopian Energy Power. Yeah, and that is so the direction of the reforms is probably the same, although the velocity of reforms is higher, just because the country needs to do that. Country is very young, country needs to develop very, very fast, because that is where its future lies, and cannot afford to wait any longer with like no oil to sell and to live good without it. So the country have to be active, and that is that's important to understand and to know. Thank you so much for taking part, and we thank the association for the support. The association was helping us to get more people to attend the event. Also, the speakers whom we will be hearing now, and as we're coming into the Russian part of our conference, the speakers will be some of them are members of association, some of them would be or should be members of association. So that is the same field that you are working and the Ethiopian Energy is working. Obviously, 97% of Ethiopian energy is now renewable. So that is that's why the association, the Russian Association of the Renewable Energy, has to take part in all the contacts between Russia and Ethiopia in the subject of energy. So thank you so much. Thank you,
Mikhail. And yes, I like this idea to become an East African hub, because maybe it's really good ambition to become sooner or later to become a great exporter of the renewable energy into the bordering countries, because we see that in the neighboring countries the growth rate is as well very high, and the demand for the energy, not just energy but green energy, will be high and higher within next decade and further. So thank you so much.
That's 100% true. The thing in Ethiopia, well, just very, very rough estimations, like twice energy will just put the country into decent state. Twice more will provide country with the ability to manufacture, to do the industrial development. So then there is an extra energy that you can probably sell to others, but certainly that's the objective and that's the mission. And you haven't heard that in the morning from the Russian embassy in Ethiopia, Mr. Korneyev, who is the counselor there, he said like it's the bombastic goal and the bombastic and very ambitious like thing to do the event like that. Especially we called it summit, and for diplomats it's something different from what we are doing. So, but we are certainly trying to be as ambitious as possible. Thank you so much, and we'll be keeping that. Thank you, Alexei. We spoke to Alexei Zhikharev from the Association of Renewable Energy. Our next speaker is a member of that association, if I'm correct. Григорий, добрый день.
Добрый день.
Добрый день. Here is Grigory Zhukov, deputy head of the NovaWind, and NovaWind is the subsidiary of one of the largest, if not the largest, Russian state enterprise, and you are working with the wind energy, so the floor is yours, and you can tell us what and how you can do on the Ethiopian market.
Yes, Mikhail, thank you for this opportunity to introduce Rosatom and NovaWind and our activity in renewable energy. So first of all, NovaWind is a part of Rosatom, huge international group. Several years ago, we made strategic decision to get into the renewable energy. It was 2016. We got first volumes to construct wind farms in Russia. And started to elaborate our localization program. As I suppose you know, and Alexei previously mentioned, the main specificity of Russian market, renewable energy market, is localization. We do not need just to construct wind farm or solar farm. We need to provide a certain level of localization in Russia. And this issue took us about 2 years. We have settled a joint venture with the company from Netherlands, Lagerwey. The company isn't very known one, but at the moment they belong to our current technological partner Enercon. Enercon is much more known company, number 4 or 5 in the world, and the technologies which we are using nowadays in Russia, it is correct to say that it is a technology of Enercon. So during 3 years, we settled 2 production facilities in Russia. One producing modular steel tower. Another one is producing generator itself. The blades are imported from India, LM Wind Power. Such configuration allows us to satisfy with required level of localization. And this year we have passed important milestone. We have commissioned our first wind farm, 150 megawatt capacity, and during this year we are constructing and plan to commission at the end of the year the second wind farm, which will be 210 megawatt capacity. During this time, we have consolidated pipeline of projects in Russia. Our backlog at the moment is 1 gigawatt to be constructed in Russia. All these volumes are about wind. We do not act in solar. As Alexey mentioned previously, whole market in Russia nowadays is about 5 gigawatt capacity. So we have 20% on the market. We have solved the issue of localization and planning to construct this gigawatt capacity during coming 2 years. This is good point for us to talk about further plans. Rosatom is an international business, an international company, and our priority is to act not only in Russia, to act on foreign markets. And now we have accumulated a quite unique set of competences. We have localized technology and production. We proved our capabilities in construction. Novawind acted as a EPC contractor. We managed wind turbine supply contract. We managed balance of plant construction and substation construction. So we know all these parts of the project. We can work with construction companies and equipment suppliers. We have solved the question of financing, structuring finance for the project. So as a developer, as a manufacturer of equipment in Russia, now we are ready to go further, to go on foreign markets. And Ethiopia is a good opportunity for us, good volume to be considered. Our colleagues mentioned more than 1 gigawatt of capacity to be constructed on coming years. So these volumes are known for us. We can handle such projects. And on foreign markets, we are not binded just with our own equipment. We are more about independent power producers, about developing the project. And as I understand, current plans, Ethiopian authorities, that is what they need. They need investors, they need developers who are ready to handle construction projects and ready to provide power from renewable sources. So we will be glad to communicate in details possible sites and conditions of auctions in Ethiopia. We can act as a strategic partner. We can join the auctions just as one of the participants. And we are not binded, as I said, with our own turbines. We are ready to use equipment which will be effective on exact site and exact auction conditions. I think our colleagues will be interested maybe in some details of technology. So we do not use slides. So I just mentioned several characteristics. The technology we have localized, it is a direct drive Gerlach turbine. At the moment, we have 2.5 megawatt turbine, and in the process of localization of the next generation, second one, 4.5 megawatt turbine. These turbines applicable for wind class 3 is an average wind. This wind measurement results, which were mentioned by our colleagues, were something like this: 7 meters per second. These conditions are good for our turbines. Of course, there are a lot of details to be discussed further, but generally, this is the modern technology, effective in operations because less spare parts, load factor is quite good. So we're talking about more than 30% efficiency. So that's the story. That's what we have, and we're ready to the practical discussion. We're ready to get onto the market and provide our solutions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Grigory, for your presentation. And if we will be running some radio show, that's the moment when you push some button and the orchestra is playing la 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 something. Because for everyone who is watching us right now and will be watching us in the recording, the enormous size of the Rosatom organization and the well, it's the biggest investor that ever can be dreamt of for any energy industry. I understand 100% that Grigory is not committing now, like, to redo all the energy in Ethiopia, but even the moving in that direction, even the start of the conversation is something that is of huge importance. And we heard now, probably in the first time since ever, that there is an interest and there is the potential developing the links, developing the cooperation between the energy sectors in Russia and Ethiopia. And there are many, many reasons for this to be existing fact, and it's not in existence for reasons that are not clear to me. So many people in Ethiopia have very good feelings about the Russia as the potential partner. There are many people educated in Soviet Russia who are even today working in the industry. So there are many, many reasons for the two countries to work together, and it's very important that something like this can be, well, with this, we start to consider that, we start working on that. Obviously, it's very, very long process, and as any like post-communist country, Ethiopia has a lot in the bureaucracy and in the, well, we understand all that. The people of the Soviet Union have also good understanding of how complex it can be, but there is help, there is an interest, and there is support. And we saw in the first part of our conference how strong is support from the Ethiopian part. We heard like from the general managers and CEOs of the energy companies, the production, the utility. So the interest is there, and thank you so much, Grigory, for taking part, and we are moving forward. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next guest is representing another type of renewable energy, and also probably the biggest in Russia. It's Hevel Group. Yelena, good day. Do you hear us?
Yeah, hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you, so the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for this opportunity to have to say a couple of words about Havel Group. Havel Group is the largest vertically integrated company in the field of the solar energy in Russia. So we are at the same time, we are the biggest manufacturer of the solar cell, of the solar panel. We are EPC contractor, and we are IPP, so individual power producer in Russia. And also we are targeting to export not only our product, but also to export PV applications and to be investor outside Russia. So at the moment we have 340 megawatts of production. This is the this is heterojunction technology. This is one of the most promising technologies on PV market right now. And of course, it's very difficult to compete now with the biggest Chinese market. But what we are offering actually to the market is the high efficiency cells. So our solar cell reaches at the moment about 23.5% of efficiency, and this is one of the best, really one of the best results in terms of cell efficiency. At the moment, as I said, we are 340 megawatt located in Russia. This is manufacturing, and talking about our pipeline. The pipeline is in Russia is more than 100. More than 1 gigawatt, 1.3 gigawatt. This is in Russia, and more than 300 megawatt. This is outside Russia. So we are implemented at the moment. We have commissioned 100 megawatt in Kazakhstan, and we have about 200 megawatts more to develop and to build in Kazakhstan. And our first European project, investment project, will be in Hungary. This is 76 megawatt, and we are starting now. And of course, we are really interested to cooperate with Africa as well, and we're looking for the investment projects in Africa together in partnership with local companies and with strong investors as well. And one of our first projects that we are aiming at now is in South Africa. This is 176 megawatts. So this is the project to be developed yet, but we would like to implement this project as well. And one of the first projects to be implemented in Africa, this will be also the EPC contract. Also, it will take place in South Africa. But of course, we are really interested to develop further the business opportunities in Africa. So we'll be happy to have a chance to try to do this in Ethiopia together with partners. So talking about the company, how we are structured. So we are, as I said, we are the biggest vertically integrated company. We have our own R&D center, which is very important. So we are constantly upgrading our technology and making our cell every time more efficient, to be able to provide to the market the best product available. So we are located. Our plant is located 600 kilometers from Moscow in Chuvash Republic. The headquarters is located in Moscow. The headquarters actually consists of engineering and generation unit, and of course administration unit. And as I said, research and development center. This is located in St. Petersburg. So we are also developing the direct supplies to foreign markets, and we have already succeeded different supplies to Europe, like for example to Sweden, Switzerland. And we supplied our solar panels, heterojunction solar panels, to different countries in Europe. So both panels and cells. And so we are ready to introduce this product also to African market, because we really believe that the efficiency is one of the best on the market, and of course it helps to bring electricity to different PV applications. So we are talking about utility scale projects, we are talking about rooftop projects, and we are talking about on-grid and off-grid solar power plants, hybrid solar power plants together with diesel generators. And this is also what we are doing in Russia, and not only in Russia. And of course, electricity is very important for distant regions, for isolated regions, lacking the sustainable grids. Yeah, and this is where hybrid solutions can be and should be used actually. This is actually, I think, in brief, this is it. So I'm ready to answer questions if there are any. I just would like to repeat that our interest in Africa lies both in investment projects. We are ready to come and to invest together in partnership with other partners, with other investors, and of course with the state support. Of course, we analyze every project. We analyze case by case. There should be, if there isn't a feed-in tariff like in many regions today. Well, it differs. Yeah, in some regions there is a feed-in tariff. In some regions there is no feed-in tariff. But of course, a lot of the project economics depends on the cost of electricity. Yeah. Anyway, we are open. We're open to discuss. We're open to discuss it case by case. We're open to study every case, and we're interested in such international cooperation, of course. Yeah, thanks a lot for your attention. So,
thank you very much, Elena. Thank you for the explanation, for the information about what Hevel is doing, and how it can move forward. And especially, of course, it's interesting to know that Hevel is already on in Africa, starting the project in South Africa. Well, it's kind of obvious place to start, at least the nation that is much more developed than other. Still, the space to grow is obviously smaller, but still huge, because it's Africa, and that's very important to know. And how would you say the thing that the elephant in the room every time that you're talking about the sun energy and the production of the power from the energy of sun is it possible to compete with China on any like foreign markets? And how is possible?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, what you mean? If you mean like sales, like wholesales, yeah, of course, it's very difficult to compete today to Chinese product. But when we talk about, it depends on the project itself. Yeah, for example, if we talk about depends on the PV application. If we talk about rooftop, here this is the case where efficiency really matters. Yeah, because you can take, like, for example, a solar cell with 20% efficiency or 21% of efficiency, and you can take 23, 24. Like the future is I think it's beyond 25% of efficiency actually. And most technological companies, they are working now on making solar cell as efficient as possible. Yeah. When we talk about Chinese product, the most the most popular technology Chinese are using, this is PERC technology. Yeah, I would say this technology is reaching its limit in terms of efficiency. Yeah, so they cannot make it much more efficient than it is now. Yeah, what we are doing, we are making our cell more efficient every year. Yeah. So what we have in plans, we have actually the plans about expansion. Yeah, up to even 1 gigawatt. Yeah, I mean manufacturing facility. And of course, with these plans, we will make the solar cell even more efficient. So we're talking about 24.5%, and it means that a rooftop is a very limited area, right? Area just, I mean, it's limited, just some square meters. Yeah, and of course, as efficient the solar, well, it really matters how efficient the solar panel is installed on the roof, right? Because you cannot like put as many as you want. Yeah, you just need to put, for example, like 200 kilowatt, for example, on the rooftop, and they should be as much efficient as possible. In this case, of course, we are competitive with Chinese, because talking about LCOE factor, leverage cost of energy, is better with efficient panels than just, you know, like an average cheap panel. Yeah, this is not to be compared. If we talk about like just it should be like, you know, it's always should be a balance between price and quality, right? And this is where each client, of course, decides for himself. But I'm sure that in this kind of PV applications, of course, we are competitive. Technology-wise, definitely we are competitive. Yeah, so we are ready and would be happy to prove it. Yeah.
Thank you. It's so important to know. Yeah, thank you very much. We had some feeling of the renewable energy, and we heard about from people doing wind, doing solar. Thank you, Elena, and we'll move to the next speaker. And good. And our next speaker will represent different kind of energy, but a lot of positive energy when it comes to the Ethiopia, because there is we spoke mostly of the good intentions of presenters at this panel. But what Ekaterina is talking is not only the intentions, but just the signed agreements already, and that is between the government of Ethiopia and the Rosatom on the nuclear project. So could you tell us more about this? And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mikhail. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here at Ethiopia-Russia Energy Summit. And first of all, I'd like to say a few words about our corporation Rosatom. So the State Atomic Energy Corporation Rosatom unites more than 400 enterprises and scientific and research institutions. And this year we celebrate 75th anniversary of nuclear industry in Russia. This is quite a significant milestone for us. So the corporation has unique experience gained through decades of managing national nuclear power programs and implementing large-scale projects. Around the world, 102 NPP units of Russian design have been built, including 78 VVR NPP units. VVR reactors are operated in many countries around the world, for example, Finland, Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, and Bulgaria. Today, Rosatom is globally known leader and the only company in the world implementing the serial construction of NPPs abroad. For the past 14 years, 15 NPP units have been commissioned both in Russia and abroad. And currently, our international portfolio includes 36 VVR units in 12 countries. We are well aware that the world's energy mix is constantly changing due to demographic and social factors such as population growth and urbanization, global economy changes, climate change and lack of resources, technological innovations, and others. And nuclear energy can become a reasonable solution to these goals. Today, nuclear energy is a stable, affordable energy source that can ensure energy mix diversification and contribute to national economy's development as well as emissions decrease. Rosatom is most definitely contributes to those goals too through a unique approach, integrated offer. Rosatom's integrated offer is a package of solutions and services for comprehensive national nuclear program support in a customer country at any stage of implementation. It provides a whole range of products and services from the sole vendor throughout the nuclear facility entire life cycle. Besides the nuclear solution itself, it covers improvement of nuclear energy public acceptance, human resource development, local suppliers engagement, nuclear fuel suppliers, and others. Rosatom follows the turnkey approach to nuclear infrastructure development in newcomer countries, and to ensure the success of a construction project, it's important to show the country with no experience in nuclear facilities operation the entire journey it will have to make before the first unit goes online. Nuclear infrastructure is one of the most important elements of our offer. It's a key element of any national nuclear program that ensures facility safe operations throughout the entire life cycle. Rosatom is prepared to provide comprehensive support based on long-term experience in Russian-designed NPPs, research reactors, and nuclear facilities safe operation, communication with foreign partners, and International Atomic Energy Agency guidelines. To establish long-term operation, any country should focus on local human resources development. Only qualified personnel can ensure safe and efficient NPP operation. Although our training programs for foreign personnel are fundamentally based on the International Atomic Energy Agency methodology and standards, they go beyond. They incorporate considerable expertise of major Russian universities that focus on educating future nuclear specialists. And Rosatom provides foreign students with scholarships in Russian universities and internships or on-the-job training at Russian operating nuclear facilities. Now, let me highlight our main product portfolio. Our flagship energy product is a VVR reactor. Today, we construct in Russia and offer to our partners large-scale NPPs based on VVR 1200 reactor of Generation 3+. They have proved reference design and extremely high level of safety. VVR boasts excellent performance characteristics and is universally recognized as a state-of-the-art, safe, and economically efficient reactor technology. Aside from the vast experience in design, manufacturing, construction, and operation for large-scale NPPs, Rosatom also boasts an impressive record of small reactor technology development for the icebreaker fleet, about 400 reactor years. Based on that vast experience in terms of small reactors for icebreakers, we developed the world's only floating nuclear power plant, Akademik Lomonosov, named after prominent Russian scientist. And this plant will enable reliable, safe, and affordable energy supply and ensure sustainable development of the key industries in the destination region of Chukotka. I'm proud to say that in May this year, the floating NPP was fully commissioned. Rosatom is now ready to offer to its potential customers SMR solutions with an installed electrical capacity of 106 MW based on state-of-the-art Rhythm-200 reactors. Small modular reactor solution is flexible in terms of its location, land-based or offshore. I would like to focus on the advantages we see in the small nuclear power plants. Scalable modular design makes Rosatom small modular reactor a perfect solution for local energy needs. Shorter period of construction works in comparison to large-scale NPP, flexible placement, synergy with the renewables. We in Rosatom follow the policy to offer only reference solutions to our potential customers. Firstly, we build in our own country and only then offer technology to foreign markets. So we are getting ready for first-of-a-kind project in Russia. Rosatom is considering several sites for the first land-based small modular reactor NPP in Russia. We plan on getting the site license by 2023, license for construction by 2024. During that year, we are going to start the construction itself. And by 2027, we plan to commission the small modular reactor NPP. in Russia. Following the success of floating NPP academic Lomonosov, Rosatom is developing a second generation of floating NPPs based on Erythium-200M reactors, each of 50 megawatt of installed capacity. Floating NPP is a perfect solution for coastal areas power supply. It's capable of supplying electricity, heat, or water both on shore and offshore consumer. Rosatom is also developing a Center for Nuclear Science and Technology projects for the global market. And Rosatom has built 122 research reactors in the past 70 years and is currently operating about 20% of all research reactors worldwide. It serves as an instrument for boosting knowledge-based economy and promoting innovation in various economic sectors. We believe that our cooperation will provide many opportunities for African countries. Access to electricity provides people with access to education, medicine, business development. Power outages cost African countries an estimated 1–2% of GDP annually. And Africa is to become world's leader for future consumption growth. The region having 13% of global population, but only 4% of world's energy demand and less than 50% of energy access. It's expected 3 times electricity demand growth in the region by 2040. Africa is one of the Rosatom's most promising partners. Nuclear project development provides for joint research and technology development, knowledge and technology sharing, developing of new energy-intensive industries, and building value chains within the region, building solid partnerships between the governments, human resource development, and new job creation. We put great emphasis on Rosatom Corporation's business development in Africa, and Ethiopia is one of the Rosatom's promising business partners on the continent, and we are ready to provide all the required support to our Ethiopian partners in the nuclear field. Last year, Russia and Ethiopia signed an intergovernmental agreement on cooperation on peaceful uses of nuclear energy on the sidelines of first Africa-Russia summit in Sochi. And this year, we have signed an action plan on Center for Nuclear Science and Technology and nuclear power plant projects implementation in Ethiopia. And we are ready to proceed to long-term and fruitful partnership with Ethiopia in energy and non-energy nuclear solutions development in the near future. So that's it. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, Ekaterina. The question that, natural kind. You have the you signed a lot. You signed the document, so you have the roadmap in front of you. When do you think you will break ground on the research center that is, as far as I understand, like something that goes before the full project? When you expect to break ground on it?
Well, unfortunately, it's early to speak about concrete dates because now it's just a very effective and long process of discussion with our Ethiopian partners. Yes, we have some documents, you mean roadmap, action plans, but still we didn't decide on concrete dates. So now we are in the process, yes. Okay.
So even now, the Ethiopian science centers and other places who think that they can be a part of this project of yours, they can communicate with you and offer their assistance and the participation on the future project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's also important because the nuclear projects, those that, and Ekaterina explained that in detail. I just highlight that the one of the big things is that before doing the energy plant, and that is a project for like 10, 15, 20 years. Nobody knows how fast it is. But the thing is that before that, there is a research center that is effectively a small reactor, and the facilities around that is to be built. And this thing brings a lot in terms of in medical for medical purposes. It can things are using. There are some medical uses of the radioactive materials, and the agriculture. It's big support for the agriculture, for the exporting of this stuff, because it makes it like sanitizing process easier, etc. So there are many things, and Ethiopia is certainly will certainly benefit much from the nuclear research center built in the Ethiopia. And for now, like it's open considerations all around this. The project is so the interested parties can get in contact with Rosatom about this project and get more understanding of how Rosatom sees that and what's possible. Ethiopia is a large country. We should understand there's like 2 Frances. So the question on where what exactly will be the location for this is also a big question for the future of the country. Thank you so much, Ekaterina. Thank you for getting on our conference, and thank you for being in contact with us and our activity. Ekaterina took part in our previous event that was called Simply Economic Forum. So that was by that time she was the only person representing energy, and now like look how we grew the energy part of this dialogue, and hopefully that will be much more activities and real activities. Thank you, Ekaterina. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we are on to our next speaker, and our next speaker will represent Interrao Engineering. 1 second, Dmitry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well. And well, the floor is yours, and I will find your title.
Hello, Mikhail, dear colleagues. It's great, and I'm thanking you for being here and representing Interrao Group and Interrao Engineering, a key engineering asset of Interrao. Today, I would like to give a short report and an overview of Interrao engineering business, possibilities and advantages that we have and can deliver to our customers. As I already mentioned, Interrao Engineering is a key engineering asset of Interrao Group, a vertically integrated and the largest energy holding in Russia, which is focused on electricity and heat generation and sales, as well as electricity export and import and engineering services. Just a few figures on Interrao. The total installed capacity of power plants exceeds 30 gigawatts. We are approximately 20% of the electricity retail market in Russia. We are a leading Russian export and import operator. We operate more than in 15 countries with the installed capacity under operation that equals to more than 2.5 gigawatts. Our revenue for the year 2019 exceeds 1,000 billion rubles, which is more than 13-14 billion US dollars. And our total staff in our group of companies is something like 50,000 people. Then passing to engineering business of Interrao. It is needed to say that it is represented by Interrao Engineering, a leading engineering service provider, which is focused on construction and rehabilitation of energy facilities in Russia and abroad. Interrao Export, a company which is focused on sales of energy equipment and services in the international markets, with a number of contracts for delivery of energy equipment, spare parts, and services, both heat and hydro power projects. And they have a large network of representative offices and key markets: Latin America, Africa, Middle East, and South Asia. And also it is needed to mention that in our engineering business, we have Rusgas Turbines. It's a joint venture between Interrao and General Electric, designed to manufacture large capacity gas turbines with manufacturing site in Yaroslavl region, the city named Rybinsk. Today, my colleagues from Interau Expert will give a report on their company, and they will tell you in details on the project that they are developing now. It's called Malka Vakana. So I won't focus on it, and I will pass to the Interau Engineering and represent this particular engineering asset to you. It was established in 2012 on the basis of engineering unit of Interau to implement a large new power program of new building, which is called DPM program of Interau, and to provide full scope of engineering services for external customers. Since then, we have successfully commissioned over 7 gigawatts of installed capacity in Russia and abroad. With 23 completed power projects, our portfolio includes both combined cycle and simple cycle power plants, as well as thermal power plants, both coal and gas-fired, hydro projects, and wind farms. They are in Russia and abroad. Interau Engineering pays particular attention to assurance of sustainable development and safety of production process. The company's overriding priority is an assurance of its activity compliance with the best national practices in the sphere of quality management, ecological safety, and labor protection. The company takes full responsibility for carrying out activities along with the whole process chain, from designing a specific facility and ordering the maximum efficient and safe equipment to the strict supervision of construction and installation and construction waste disposal. Interau Engineering considers it mandatory that all production processes comply with the international requirements and regulations. As I previously mentioned, we provide to our customers full scope of engineering services, which includes design of energy facilities, owner's engineer and technical engineer services, integrated solutions based on 6FA and GT13 gas turbines, EPC and EPCM project management, BO and BOT project organization, decommissioning of obsolete equipment, and startup and adjustment works of new power facilities. We have long-term partnership with the leading equipment manufacturers, project managers and constructors, comprehensive network of branches and sales offices, proven project financing options, optimized project timelines and costs, in-house design center, which is crucial, and standardization programs for projects and technology solutions. We are interested in developing strong relations with governmental authorities, energy companies, and independent power producers in Ethiopia, as well as local engineering and construction companies, to establish long-term partnership and ready to consider different types of engineering projects in Ethiopia. Well, that seems to be it. If you have any questions, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dmitry. The only small question that I will have, as we are trying to be on schedule, will be: are there any particular projects in Ethiopia that are under your radar now that you're reviewing?
We are now developing one project which is called Malka Vakana project. We have a specific vehicle, Interau Export, within the Interau group, who is responsible for developing this project. And I'm sure we have representatives of Interau Export.
Yes, we'll have Anton Skrinik talking about that later. Okay, good. Thank you so much. So thank you for the general representation of Interau, and thank you. We'll continue. We're moving on. Our next speaker is representative of probably the largest Russian, Ivan. Come to us.
Hello?
We don't see you.
So I have to apologize for the lack of the video, as I am on the move unexpectedly right now. But I will do my best to represent the company as best as possible.
Okay.
Thank you for introduction. And our company has over than 100 years of history in machine construction. We are the biggest manufacturer of power generation equipment in Russian Federation, such as nuclear turbines, steam turbines for nuclear power stations, steam turbines and gas turbines for thermal generation, and as well we have a large hydropower division in our company. I in particular represent hydropower sector, so I think this is the sector which is the most interesting for Ethiopia as well. So I will get a little bit deeper into this area. Our company has over 90 years of experience in design and manufacturing of power equipment for hydropower plants. We have over 870 hydro turbines installed, over 600 hydropower generators, and 87 turbine valves for hydropower plants. Actually, over than 70% of hydropower plants in Russia are equipped with our hydro turbines or generators. So we are concentrated on supply of the main generating equipment. So we are not a company which provides the full cycle engineering in hydropower. Though it's a different case in thermal power generation. We have an EPC division for thermal power, but we are not a construction company. So for hydropower, where we have a lot of construction works for big dam and power halls, we prefer to collaborate with other engineering companies. For example, with the previous speakers, such as Interau Engineering, for example.
And probably with the next speaker, that is Hydroproject.
Especially with the Hydro Project, which are
that's
our
next speaker
as well. Yes. And we also in touch with Interau expert for rehabilitation of Malkavakana project, which was mentioned previously. So we know Ethiopia, and we want Ethiopia to know us better. Actually, we can propose both new equipment for new power plants in hydro sector. We can also propose the rehabilitation and modernization of the existing power plants. So I think it is a good experience to provide modernization of the existing plants, as it leads to better ecology characteristics. And first of all, it's increasing the capacity, increasing the efficiency, and this prolongs the the operation period for the projects by another 30, 40, or sometime even longer years. Which is
that's true. Well, to my surprise, there is not much of the 17 hydro plants in Ethiopia. Only one is built with the Russian Soviet machinery. Others are Chinese, Italian, I believe, in one French. But so you have to replace it fully, I think.
Well, we are ready. We want to go to Ethiopia, and we will do our best to meet the requirements of our clients. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your brief introduction, and thank you for being able to be with us, even if the conditions have changed. Thank you. We go to the next speaker. Our next speaker will be exactly from the organization mentioned by the Ivan from Power Machines. It's from the Hydra project, and the Hydra project is obviously the the biggest Russian player in the construction of the hydro stations, and now we have the colleague who will be Vladislav, who will be telling us about what Hydra project can do and could do and would do in Ethiopia. So the floor is yours, Vladislav.
Thank you for the opportunity to present my company, GCK Institute Hydra Project. It's a huge Russian engineering company and among the top 10 world companies for the design of hydraulic structures. The company is a branch of the Russian state-owned company RusHydro. It's the largest Russian hydro energy generation holding. This year we are celebrating 90 years anniversary of our company, so we have a very solid history and of course extensive experience in conducting survey and design works at more than 340 hydropower systems and other large-scale hydraulic structures in 52 countries around the world. And very interesting that the total length of the design channels by our engineers is more than 2,000 kilometers. We have a solid team of highly skilled designers, engineers, and other experts. It's around 800 people total. As organization, we are not only the designer of hydraulic structures, but also we are taking part in design of LNG facilities, infrastructure, actually technical water supply systems of thermal and nuclear power plants, water treatment and sewage systems. And of course, we are developing new technologies and entering the market of conducting and engineering and geological surveys. We have vast working experience in African countries. We have done designs of HPPs in Angola, in Guinea, in Tunis, Morocco, other countries. Let me notice that we also chief designer of High-Aswan Dam in Egypt. So it's a very sophisticated structure, and up to now it's operating perfectly. Ethiopia is a well-known country for us. We are main designer of 180 megawatts Malka-Wakana hydropower plant there, which was the biggest one at the time of commissioning, I mean by installed capacity. Currently, Interao expert and the speaker who will be after me talking invited us to participate in rehabilitation and modernization of this plant. We know this object very well. People who was designers at that time when it was under construction are still with us, are still with our company. They remember this project. And I'm sure that we will deliver perfectly. And of course, with the use of modern and latest technologies, which do we have now. Let me also highlight that in our practice, we are using unique and high technologies. Particularly, it's a microseismic sounding method. It's a new technology, it's a passive seismic technology, which has been successfully used in the study of geological structures since 2004. In Ethiopia, it might be very useful during exploration of geothermal potential because it's one of the most efficient in the world technologies for exploration of subvertical structures. We don't have any competitors in this area. Now we are developing in different areas from kimberlites to geothermal. So we are very open and hopefully we will talk with other participants of this discussion. As previously, it was a speech of Managing Director of Horn Africa company. Hopefully, he might be interested in this technology, and we will collaborate. A good example of the use of technology during engineering surveys, it's a landslide slope observation of 250 megawatts HPP Sikaman 3 in Laos. It was a very complicated project. Nobody in the world could understand why the slope is moving down, and powerhouse of power plant, which was developed just recently, just few years before, is under serious danger. Furthermore, the station was stopped because waterways was broken. German engineers, some other European companies was trying to explain the nature of this disaster, but everybody failed to explain. So with our technology and with our engineers, we understood, we did survey of the slope with microseismic sounding method technology. We understood that it's huge rock mass which is slowly moving down to powerhouse and going to destroy it. So based on our findings and our designs, now developer is making some changes and conducting a rehabilitation of the plant. The bright sample of technology application in Africa countries, because it's very important to test technology on African continent. It's a current contract with De Beers branch in Botswana called Debswana. Now we are almost concluding the contract for survey of the Kimberlite pipes. It's also subvertical structures, and customer is very happy because it's the only technology except drilling which applicable there on their site. Nothing else in the world is working there. Also, this technology might be very efficient during gas exploration. I know that Ethiopia has some gas fields, and such technology might be very cost effective and efficient during such exploration. It is possible to find not general picture, it is possible to find even the main feeding channel of gas deposit, and it's saving serious money to developer during such development. Currently, we are in negotiations with Sonatrach. It's an Algerian company, and you know Algeria and Ethiopia, it's not far from each other. And I'm sure that this technology will deliver properly also in Ethiopia, in the benefit, of course, of Ethiopian nation and developers of gas fields.
Thank you.
So you see, I'm almost concluding. Let me say thank you for the opportunity to talk, and I'm ready to answer the questions.
Thank you, Vladislav. I think that your presentation was very professional, and it was very deep. It's very hard to address anything on that level. I've never built a hydro plant in my life, so it's very hard to. And he didn't even try to to mine gas, natural gas or something. So it's very hard to. But I'm sure that from the Ethiopian side, we'll have the interest and will communicate this interest. And I believe that export of the engineering services is probably even more higher, has even higher priority for the Russian Export Center and other organizations that are supporting this than even the machinery, because well, that's the pure services export, and that's very important. So I think that if there will be interest in Ethiopia and sustainable interest, then probably there will be no shortage of the mechanism to make it possible. And I feel that obviously Russia is well known in Ethiopia as the place of the great engineering skills, and it shouldn't be very hard to market hydro project as the important player. So thank you very much. Thank you for taking part, and we'll certainly be in touch. I believe there is a lot of things that can be done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are moving to our next speaker, and it's interesting. It's like in the play of, I won't remember the name. It was calling like the Waiting for the Godot, Ожидание Godot, when there was the hero who was introduced by the previous ones. He is coming, he is coming. So we already heard like twice at least that there will be Anton from Interao Expert who will tell the truth and only truth. So now you are here, and
thank you very much.
You're talking. It's your turn.
Yes, good day, dear colleagues. My name is Anton Skrinik, and I will represent Interao Expert, which is a specialized subsidiary of Interao Group, which is responsible for business development in foreign markets. Interao Export is a specialized subsidiary of Interao Group. Our project portfolio is more than $1.8 billion. The company has extensive experience in Latin America. In particular, Interao Export is currently the general contractor for the construction of 4 new power units with a unit capacity of 200 megawatts in Cuba, where we are also the operator of the Russian state export loan granted to the government of the Republic of Cuba for the implementation of this project. We pay great attention to the development of cooperation with Africa, and we see big opportunities in the African energy market. Interao Export is interested in implementing a project for the supply of energy equipment and for the construction and modernization of new and existing generating facilities as EPC, EPCM, EPCF contractor. Our active engagement began in 2013 with a visit to Addis Ababa by representatives of Interao Export for negotiations with the Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Energy of Ethiopia and the Ethiopian Electric Power Corporation. That's when we saw a great potential for cooperation with the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia in the direction of infrastructure projects. In 2013, the delegation of our company visited the Malka-Wakana hydropower plant on the Vap River. This hydropower plant was built by the Soviet Union, as already said, Soviet Union specialists in 1988, and has 4 units with a total capacity of 153 megawatts. In the same year, our company and the Ethiopian Electric Power Corporation signed a memorandum of understanding on the modernization of the Malka-Wakana hydropower project. Our specialists inspected the equipment, studied the technical documentation, and prepared the first version of the technical and commercial proposals for the modernization of the Malka-Wakana hydropower plant. So, in 2014, we presented our proposal to the Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Energy of Ethiopia. At the same time, we were working on attracting financing, and we already had agreements with banks which were interested in implementing the project. In 2014, in the 5th meeting of the Russian-Ethiopian Intergovernmental Commission, was held, and Interao Export and the Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Energy of Ethiopia signed an agreement on firm intention to sign a contract for the modernization of the Malka-Wakana hydropower plant. Further, between 2014 and 2016, we held several workshops with the company Ethiopian Electric Power to clarify the scope of works and agree on commercial terms. During this period, InterRAO expert, together with potential contractors and equipment manufacturers, prepared and submitted several revisions of technical and commercial offers to the customer. As a result, for this project, we agreed on the scope of work. The scope of works includes complete replacement of one unit and all mechanical and electrical auxiliary equipment. Other units were subject to major repairs with the replacement of some components. Also, during this period, we were working through the Halele-Vorobesa hydropower project. This large project includes 2 power plants with a total capacity of 422 megawatts. We supposed to execute this project together with Russian equipment suppliers and a Chinese partner as a construction company. In early 2018, due to the introduction of the state of emergency in Ethiopia, as well as due to the changes of directors board of on Ethiopia side, the project negotiation process temporarily lost relevance. A year later, a delegation from InterRAO expert visited Ethiopia and held meetings with Ethiopian Electric Power Company and ministries. We again drew attention to the fact that Melka-Vakena has equipment from Soviet Union and Russian companies have all the original technologies, drawings, and deep understanding of how to upgrade and restore the equipment installed at the Melka-Vakena power plant. So it is advisable to involve Russian companies in the modernization of this hydropower plant. And in 2019, negotiations were held in Addis Ababa, and contacts were established with the new management of Ethiopian Electric Power Company. Speaking about the current state of relations between InterRAO expert and the Ethiopian Electric Power Company, we are currently signing a memorandum of understanding on the Melka-Vakena project, and we have already started updating the technical and commercial parts of the offer. In parallel, the issues of organizing of financing is being worked out. That was about Melka-Vakena project. We also see wind power as a promising area of Russian-Ethiopian cooperation. In this direction, we are evaluating the possibility of supplying Russian equipment to Ethiopia for perspective projects. In conclusion, we see great potential for developing cooperation between Russia and Ethiopia in the field of renewable energy and water supply projects. As I heard earlier, Ethiopia developed a PPP project structure, and I'm really happy that they developed this direction, because this means that strong development of infrastructure in Ethiopia is coming, and our company is interested in cooperation and execution of this project. This is a way, I think that it will be a very interesting project, and this is a way that leads us to sustainable development. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you very much. That's interesting, and the story of your InterRAO project in Ethiopia, like it's 7 years now. You said like the first
yes
2013. So that says a lot about the Ethiopia. But well, we should say that the power changed. Your project, your negotiations survived 2 changes in the prime minister.
Yes, yes, but
customers.
we are open to discuss, and
I
now
understand.
we
I
start
understand. I'm just saying.
hard work with this.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and we'd love to see. Of course, first of all, that's the first Russian-Ethiopian energy project that, well, it's now like on the verge of, well, not working, but you'll sign something, so sooner or later you'll work, and that should be like the first thing because it took some time to arrange. So you'll be the first, and the. And also that it's important. It's important that Interao is doing such wide range of activities. So it's not specifically hydropower. It's different types of the power. So it's important, and I believe that we should follow up on this conversation and probably see more results. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anton. We are now going to our next speaker. Our next speaker is from Valentin. You need to connect your camera in order for me to be able to put you on screen. So Valentin from Swell, he will tell more about his organization, and I will just let him do the talking.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Valentin Avsanikov. I would like to introduce Swell group of companies. We are the manufacturer of electrotechnical equipment. Some of you firsthand know about the activities of our company on Russian market. For example, Kaliningradskaya generation for Interao or Kurskaya atomic station for Rosatom. But today I would like to discuss the international projects and also difficulties faced by contractors and possible solutions. What possible difficulties will you have to deal with while implementing complex international projects? Logistics is probably the first one, but having said that, in many turn out to be the least problematic considering the current development of infrastructure and transportation. Secondly, legal and financial risks associated with signing agreements with foreign residents. But the most difficult thing is that each country has its own technical standards. You and your suppliers should accept these standards and develop specific technical solutions. Prepare and check technical documentations in accordance with the standards adopted by the customer's country. So how we solve these problems? Let's start with the latter. Obviously, there are two main options. The first one is the company implementing the project cooperates with the supplier, and the supplier deals with all the nuances of new standards by himself and develops products and documentation individually for each project. It is convenient in terms of procurement and contractual relationship, but can affect the timing and cost of the project. The second one is the choice of a supplier who has already gotten experience and solutions for the required standards. This definitely saves project time, but creates a necessity to search for new suppliers from different countries for each project. It also adds financial and legal risks connected with the conclusion of contracts with foreign suppliers. Along with this, the issue of delivery looks really not so difficult. You just have to find the most logistically convenient supplier who matches the parameters mentioned above. Still, saving on logistics when implementing projects in faraway countries such as Ethiopia, for example, could be quite significant. Since the time is limited, I'm talking briefly about main options for overcoming the difficulties that arise. In practice, there may be much more of them, but the principle remains the same. Timing, profit, and convenience of work. You usually choose two of three. But for Russian investors into foreign energy sector, it was correct until recently. In 2018, Swell Group was the first and so far the only one of the Russian manufacturers of electrical equipment to become truly international. Within the last 2 years, 4 manufacturers from Europe joined the group, greatly expanding our international capabilities. Therefore, we can offer you a solution without having to choose between those 3 options. First, we can ensure optimal production time. We have a lot of experience in supplying transformers around the world. To date, the group's factories' products have been supplied to more than 100 countries around the globe. That gives us a huge project base complied with EEC and GOS standards, also in accordance with the individual requirements of customers from different countries. Swell Group has 3 separate project departments in Europe alone. We can ensure optimal price and quality ratio by optimizing our product for the specific requirements of the project. Depending on the location of the project, we will choose the most convenient place of production and flexible logistics. For example, as well for Ethiopian projects, we can use our plant located close to the largest seaports. Also, we can guarantee you the maximum convenience and minimal risks. You will always have the support of manufacturer specialists who speaks your language. Your contractual relationships will be easier with the Russian parent company without need to contract foreign residents, or you can deal directly with group's factories depending on your choice. In any way, if you are engaged in international energy projects, we are ready to provide all technical and further support. Thank you. Any questions? I can't hear you for some reason.
No, the reason is simple. It's called mute. Sorry, my mistake. Good. That was you explained some general things about the projects that are with the faraway countries. What particular projects would you be looking for talking about Ethiopia? What will be your priorities?
Our priorities are always all electrical projects we can provide because we are manufacturing all power grid of transformers from the least ones to the bigger ones, like up to 500 kilovolts and up to 300,000 MVA powers. We can make those transformers on several plants, on several manufacturers' places around Europe. So we can, well, as I already said, for Ethiopia, we can choose the plant that is near the largest ports and provide the best logistics for that. And also we have experience with working with different standards and can adjust our products for your actual purpose.
It's very interesting because, like, well, a few hours ago, like how many, like 4 hours ago, approximately, we heard from the head of the Ethiopian energy utility, who said that he needs 10,000 transformers. Well, obviously, he was not going into specifics in the presentation at the event like ours, but it seems to me that it will be only natural to get you in contact and see whether we can just start first energy project between Ethiopia and Russia just within our event. Maybe that
would be great because we have no limits in our interests, and if you need transformers, we're ready to provide it in any point of the world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for being active in participating, and well, we'll continue, of course, because thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is from the same region, actually. So, good day. Здравствуйте, Andrei.
Hello, good day.
Well, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to greet everybody and say hello and tell you, Mikhail, thank you for invitation and possibility to share information about our company. I think my brief will be very short, just short information about our company and who we are. So my name is Andrei Kasyanenko. I'm a general manager of Electroshield ETS. We are a manufacturing company with a modern production complex producing electrical equipment for civil purposes, and the Ministry defense of Russian Federation. So we produce switch gears, transforming stations, modular buildings for electrical, civil, and military purposes. So our company has the service and maintenance team. So generally we are focused on development, design, and manufacturing of transforming stations up to 220 kilovolts. So we have a metal workshop, painting shop, assembly and test sections. So usually we supply our products for operation in electrical networks, oil and gas companies, industry, public utilities, railway industry, and companies acting in renewable and wind energy. So in our portfolio, we have complete set outdoor switch gears 610 kilovolts, transformer station, modular buildings, as I mentioned before, for transformer station, distribution points, substation control points, modules for modular buildings for telecommunication equipment and cellular communication, and also multi-purpose modular buildings. So also we have our own project and design team located in Nizhny Novgorod. It's very close to Moscow. This team is fully dedicated for the full range of design and survey work for energy and power facilities, switch gears and substations for energy systems up to 220 kilowatts. So just short information, what we did in the past. In the past, we made several projects, especially for foreign customer in Russia for gas processing plant, design and supply of equipment for nuclear station in India, and design and supply of equipment to Iran. So overall, we have around 200 employees in our company located in Samara and Nizhny Novgorod, close to Moscow. Shortly, this is what I wanted to tell about our company. And I think it's a first participation in such kind of summit. It will be, I would say, the short experience for us. Maybe next steps will be more useful, and I can present more information about our company and about the equipment we produce.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking part. Thank you for being responsive. And well, that was probably as good as the short presentation could be. Thank you. We move to our next guest. And well, we know that. 1 second. Yeah, we know that Russia is huge. So in just one brief second, we move from Samara to Ural, where you are. Nikolai, where exactly you are? Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, good.
Ural regions, Yekaterinburg city. Yeah.
Yekaterinburg. Yeah, so we're moving to Yekaterinburg, and that is good, like 4 hours flight, is it?
Yes, 2 hours flight from Moscow. Yes, just. So my name is Nikolai.
Yes, yes, and now you're speaking.
Okay, my name is Nikolai Koreshkov.
Sorry.
I am an overseas team manager of our company, joint stock company Uraleletrazhmash. It's a leading company in the electrical industry of Russia, founded in 1934. Yes, yeah. So good afternoon for sure, and I don't know how is good pronunciation to Ethiopic people, Ethiopic colleague, maybe Selami Vidi Sevachi. So excuse me anyway for my pronunciation. So good afternoon for all. Our company produce an equipment for generating, transmitting, and distributing energy. So we are about 86 years in the market, and we have a very wide product line of high voltage equipment, transformer and reactor equipment, converters, and complete transformer stations. So equipment is available for the following industries. First of all, energy, it's generation, network, transmission, and distribution of energy. Then industry, it's a ferrous and non-ferrous metallurgy, oil and gas, mining, chemical, etc. Transport, it's urban electrified transport and railway transport. So we have a very full range of services from design development of equipment to installation at the customer site. The main areas of work of our company include design and manufacture of high voltage equipment, transformer, racked equipment, and converter equipment, engineering works, installation, commissioning, maintenance, and repair of equipment produced. So as for high voltage equipment, I can tell you the parameters. So 1 second, it's circuit breakers, column type and tank type. So as for column type, we produce from 35 kilovolts to 750 kilovolts. Tank type from 35 to 220 kilovolt. Then we produce disconnectors. It's from 110 kilovolt to 220 kilovolt. We produce current transformers from 25 kilovolt to 220 kilovolt. Voltage transformers from 110 kilovolt to 220 kilovolt. So, and for sure, power transformers from 25 kilovolt to 220 kilovolt. And dry type of transformers. So since the startup, the plant, our plant supplied and put into operation more than 500,000 yes, high voltage circuit breakers, about 20 million kilowatt of total power of hydro generators, excuse me, more than 20,000 large electric machines, about 250 million kilowatt of total transformer power, and about 34 million kilowatt of total power of converter units. So that is just all that I want to say, to tell you. So if you like my presentation, so please feel free and contact me through the Russian Export Center. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nikolai. And I believe that there is a lot, a lot of need, and we heard about the need for transformers from the Ethiopian side, and there is the task at hand that lays in front of the Ethiopian electric utility is enormous. They need to push the electricity to the homes of the people. And now, like, if the whole population of Ethiopia is 120 million, and it's said that 50% of the people have no access to the electricity, that means like 60 million people lives without electricity, and that at least takes about like 10 million households or more. So and the country is huge. It's like 2 Frances. So it's a lot of work and a lot of equipment needed. And China cannot be the only supplier. And everybody understands that China is not the only play here. So that is certainly something that the players like you and the huge capacity, obviously, that you have, you can produce like as many equipment as all Africa needs. I think that you know how to do it. It's very
yes,
reliable.
I believe so.
So yeah, I think that should be a good match. So thank you so much. Thank you for participating, and we hope that it will work. The contracts and everything. Thank you so much. Thank you. So here we conclude the third part of our event. We spoke to the Russian companies who provide services or equipment for the energy sector, and now we are ready to conclude. I will start to just bring on our colleagues. Василий Александрович, вы в кадре. No, it should be here. Yeah. And Mr. Ambassador, we're waiting for you. So we are, and actually we just seen each other for a brief moment, because right now our moderator will be saying some words in the conclusion to our event, and he will explain us what we saw and how we should interpret what we saw. So, Vasily Alexandrovich, the floor is yours.
Уважаемые коллеги, готовясь к этому саммиту, я
I will be translating.
я взял из шкафа одну замечательную книгу.
Preparing for the summit, I took one good book from my bookshelf, and the book called Energy of Russia.
Электрификация России, которому в этом году исполнится 100 лет.
And that's the plan of the Russian electrification that will be 100 years this year.
На самом деле задача, которая стоит перед Эфиопией, она точно такая же. Электрификация во всех ее аспектах.
The task that Ethiopia faces today is the same. It's electrification in all the aspects and all the issues of this project.
Как сказал Владимир Ильич Ленин, единственный путь для выхода из хозяйственной разрухи – подъем производительности труда.
As Vladimir Lenin said, the only way to go out of the disarray that country is in is to increase the productivity of the labor.
Анализ показывает, что наиболее надежным инструментом для этого является электрификация народного хозяйства.
And our analysis shows that the best tool for this is electrification of the people's industry.
Прошло 100 лет, но эти слова не потеряли актуальность для Эфиопии.
100 years passed, but that is the challenge that Ethiopia faces today.
Если серьезно, я увидел, что государственные органы Эфиопии и государственные энергетические компании готовы к реализации такого плана.
On a serious note, what I see that the government agencies and government energy companies are ready to do this, are ready for the major improvement in the energy system of Ethiopia.
Сегодня мы узнали о том, что поставлены стратегические задачи и подготовлены тактические шаги по достижению этих задач.
We know that the strategic plans are in place and that the operational steps are being taken.
Причем как в области генерации электрической энергии, так в области транспортировки и дистрибуции.
In generation as well as distribution and transportation.
В этом смысле эфиопский рынок готов для российской продукции и для российских услуг.
So that means that Ethiopian market is totally ready for the Russian equipment and the Russian services.
Дальше. Есть надежда на поддержку, экспортную государственную поддержку в России, о чем было соответствующее выступление.
There is the understanding that the government support is available, and we heard about this from the Russian Export Center.
Думаю, что при условии соответствующей поддержки Министерства экономического развития и Министерства промышленности такого рода программу можно сделать и вывести на межправительственный уровень.
I think that the program of the centralized program of the Russia supporting energy reform in Ethiopia with the help of the Ministry of Economics, Ministry of Trade and Industry can be put onto the national level, on the federal level, and become the intergovernmental program.
Я не сомневаюсь в возможности для экспорта инжиниринга российской ветроэнергетики и российской солнечной энергетики.
I have no doubts that the Russian, the engineering services in areas of the solar energy and the wind energy can be exported. There is no doubt in that.
Я не сомневаюсь в возможностях российской гидроэнергетики.
I have no doubt in the Russian energy skills in the hydroelectrical product generation.
Тем более, что текущее снижение курса рубля относительно иностранных валют создает дополнительные возможности повышения эффективности экспорта.
Given the favorable rate of the Russian ruble to dollar, we see even more opportunities for exporting of the Russian products and services.
Конечно, плохо, что у российских энергетических компаний нет аппетита на инвестиции в гидроэнергетику.
I would say that it's not good that Russian energy companies have no appetite to invest into hydro energy.
Экономический потенциал гидроэнергетики, экономически эффективный потенциал гидроэнергетики – это 30 тысяч мегаватт.
The economic potential of the hydro energy in Ethiopia is 30,000 kilowatt.
Строительство 1 мегаватта мощности ГЭС в Эфиопии $1200.
And 1 megawatt of the production power can be built for $1,200.
Таких возможностей нет нигде в мире.
You won't find opportunities like this anywhere in the world.
Высокого потенциала, низких затрат и высокого сбыта.
You have the high demand, low costs, and ease of sales.
Но, к сожалению, пока аппетита к инвестициям мы не видим.
We wouldn't say that now we see the appetite to invest and the willingness to invest.
То, что мы услышали здесь, это участие в проектах реконструкции, технического перевооружения, обновления. Это очень хорошо, но это пока не новое строительство.
What we hear is the renovation, the modernization of the existing plants, but not the new projects.
Совсем плохой дисбаланс мы увидели в области геотермики.
In geothermal, we see disbalance, the lack of the balance.
Дело в том, что в Эфиопии совершенно потрясающий геотермальный потенциал. Сейчас можно построить 10 тысяч мегаватт геотермальных энергомощностей.
Ethiopia has the huge potential. We can build on almost 10,000 kilowatt of the megawatt. Megawatt?
Да, 10 тысяч мегаватт.
10,000 megawatt of the generation power.
Скажу, что этот потенциал гораздо больше, чем на Камчатке, где у нас построена геотермальная станция. Но на Камчатке нет такого сбыта, а здесь великолепный сбыт, большой спрос неудовлетворенный и гигантские геотермальные мощности.
It wouldn't even compare with the Russian Kamchatka region because not only the ability to generate is lower there, but also the demand is lower. It's impossible to compare the demand for the electricity between Russia and Ethiopia.
Но здесь мы видим исландские компании, которые успешно работают и реализуют проекты, и нет никаких предложений со стороны России.
We see at the geothermal space in Ethiopia, we see companies from Iceland, but we don't see the supply and the offers from Russia.
И не случайно Калужский турбинный завод, который поставлял оборудование для наших геотермальных станций на Камчатке 20 лет назад, не стал участвовать в этом саммите.
And we haven't seen the plant, the Kaluga plant that was developing the equipment for the Russian geothermal station, but we didn't see them here at this event.
Пожалуй, Россия утратила эффективную компетенцию в области геотермального строительства. И это печально.
we may conclude that Russia have lost the position of the player in the geothermal building capacity, lost the capacity to build the new geothermal stations.
Очень радует настрой нашего Росатома, который готов двигаться в сторону Эфиопии, причем двигаться фронтально, вплоть до создания исследовательского центра или подготовки кадров. Это очень-очень радует.
Yeah, we obviously see as a very good sign the Rosatom's decision to move towards the Ethiopia and to build the research center, etc. That's very good sign.
И хотелось бы обратить внимание на выступления, 3 последних по счету, но не последних по важности, выступления представителей компании «Электрощит», Swell Group, Уралэлектротяжмаш. Дело в том, что электротехническая промышленность нужна для Эфиопии сейчас, может быть, даже более остро, чем оборудование для генерации.
And it's important to draw attention of listeners to the 3 latest presentations at our event. That was with the Elektroshyt, Swell, and Uralteshmash companies, because the equipment for the energy transportation and energy distribution could be even more important today for Ethiopia than equipment for the energy production.
Напоминаю, что у нас речь идет об электрификации, о том, чтобы электроэнергия дошла до конечного потребителя, до тех миллионов людей, которые сегодня ее не имеют.
Because it's important to remember that we are talking about delivering the energy to the end users, to the people who are now lacking energy, lack electric energy at home.
И на мой взгляд, экспорт электротехнической продукции – это вот то горячее, что может быть реализовано совершенно быстро, поскольку процедура строительства генерирующих объектов – это более длительный процесс.
And the supply of the equipment for the distribution and delivery is something that could become much more real and became a real business much faster, because the building the generation facilities, the generating stations would take much longer than the sales.
И здесь, как для эфиопской стороны, так и для российских производителей электротехнической промышленности, очень важно договориться о стандартах, о сертификации, о специфическом климатическом исполнении, о многих таких факторов, которые, так сказать, будут определять конкурентоспособность и эффективность вот этой самой использования российской продукции в Эфиопии.
And it's important to understand that Russian and Ethiopian side have to agree on the basics, on the standards, on the unified approach, so the efficiency of the joint work will be maximum.
Я думаю, что этим должна озаботиться и эфиопская сторона, и российская сторона. Речь идет не о мегапроектах, а о том, чтобы наши стандарты, чтобы наши спецификации, чтобы все параметры наши совпадали, и, соответственно, тогда наша российская продукция будет полезна для эфиопской электрификации.
I feel that is something that both sides have to work on to make sure that the standards and the approaches, the specifications and everything is unified. In that case, Russian producers can be of the most help to the Ethiopian energy industry.
Эта тема сегодня не возникала, она требует отдельного рассмотрения, но, на мой взгляд, она очень важна.
We haven't spoke about this today, but that's important. That's very important in my understanding.
Поскольку обсуждение этого вопроса позволит снять один из серьезнейших барьеров для сотрудничества.
because that would remove the obstacles in the collaboration and in doing business between countries. We need to unify the standards, the specifications of the equipment.
Ну и, конечно, для всех российских участников электроэнергетического рынка было бы очень интересно, как устроена электроэнергетика в Эфиопии, и если бы соответствующий ресерч был доступен российским компаниям электроэнергетическим и производителям оборудования, и потенциальным инвесторам, это было бы здорово. Вот у меня...
It's important that the Russian energy, the participants of the Russian energy market will understand how the Ethiopian energy market is working, and so such report being widely available will change situation, will make it much better.
Вот у меня в руках информационная справка о гидроэнергетике Эфиопии, но хотелось бы, чтобы здесь, в России, существовали материалы и об остальных потенциальных направлениях развития гидроэнергетики.
I have the report on the hydro energy in Ethiopia, but I think that will be much better if there will be reports like that on other sectors of the industry. And here I will just add that. One second, appear on the screen briefly. Я просто хотел. I will just add that we have developed the report on Ethiopian energy. It's very, very brief. It's not that detailed one as the one on the hydro energies that I've seen earlier. But we developed the brief report, and it's available for everyone who registered to the event. And we will be distributing it, and we will be talking to the embassy how to make it better. Yeah, it's a very important step. It's hard to disagree here. Yeah. So back to you.
В целом я считаю, что наш саммит удался. Мы познакомились, мы лучше узнали друг друга и можем намечать следующие шаг за шагом возможности для сотрудничества. Спасибо.
Yeah, I will conclude saying that the event was successful, event was important. It's a first step, but it's important first step, and we should follow with the next steps and next ideas and next project for the enforcing the collaboration and the mutual activity. So, yeah, so thank you. Oops. Thank you, Vasily Alexandrovich. Спасибо вам. Now I bring His Excellency Alimeo Tegeno, and there will be the conclusion from the ambassador of Ethiopia to Russia.
Thank you, Mikhail, and I would like to thank all participants, and special thanks to Professor Vasily for his good observation and conclusion. As we have heard and see the potentials Ethiopia has, very encouraging to investors, for Russian investor to invest in energy sector. With regard to information, all informations are available on the website of those sectors present their presentation. Ethiopia is a country which focuses on renewable energy development. It is already mentioned in the presentation: hydro, geothermal, solar, wind, waste to energy. In addition to this, as Rosatom team mentioned, we signed develop nuclear for energy purpose with Russia during the Sochi summit. We continue working with them to bring this project on the ground. From the Russian side, what they presented to Ethiopia is very important. There are a lot of encouraging things that I heard today. What as an embassy, what we are going to do next, we have to bring these Ethiopians and Russian sectors together and discuss on issues in details to do something on the ground. As it is already mentioned, 65 million of Ethiopians do not have access to electricity. So electric investment, energy investment in Ethiopia is very, very important. That is why we invite international investors to invest in Ethiopia. That is why we invite Russians to invest in Ethiopia. The other issue that I observed today, there are renewable technologies in Russia. So if this renewable technology more promoted in Ethiopia, for this, if those people, for those who has renewable technologies go to my country and promote these technologies, it will be very important. Very important. For this, the embassy is open, is ready to assist both sides. So I would like to invite those who participated today in this energy summit to be encouraged to work, to invest in Ethiopia. For this, the embassy is, as I have already said, ready, and I hope through bilateral relation, through our historical relation, we do something in energy sector and others this time. And I think if we work together, if we work strongly, we will make a difference. In Ethiopia, there is a very big reform. There is a good economic strategy, that is home growth strategy. Things are very, very encouraging. So let all who have interest to invest in Ethiopia from Russia, I let them come. I again and again invite them. Let them call us. Let them ask us, and let them show their address, and we'll discuss and encourage them to go to Ethiopia. Mikhail, again, thank you very much for your effort. You are doing good. I appreciate your contribution to the country. Thank you very much. Thank you all. God bless you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for your kind words, and we'll hope that the activity that we started at this event will see the extension in the Okay. We'll see the extension in the upcoming future and in the new projects, and we'll pencil the ideas and we'll do the follow-ups just maybe like a day or two, and we will be coming with the more ideas how to capitalize on what happened at the event, on the ideas that were presented by the people, and in many places I just see that we can connect like speaker number 2 and speaker number 11. That will be the least that we can do right now, and with the help of like speaker number 6, something like this. So I feel that it's important to start the process, to start the communication, to start the discussion, to start the conversation, and everything will follow, because we have huge demand, like enormous demand for the energy. As Professor Zubakhin said, it's enormous, it's incomparable with everything else, and so it's just good business to help those who have the demand. It's a business question how to make it profitable, because one of the topics is, of course, the low price of the electricity in Ethiopia that makes the investment project like harder. But still, it's just an issue, and the business is something that knows how to solve issues.
Actually, the tariff is a point of negotiation. There is no as such a problem. It is a point of negotiation. If any investor will go there, it is possible to discuss with the regulatory body and with utilities and Ethiopian electric power. Tariff is a point of negotiation. It is not as such fixed for private.
It's very important to understand, and it's of course a very important success factor of the possible project of the intergovernmental activity in the energy sector, that Ato Alimayehu is former Minister of the Water, Irrigation and the Energy. So he formerly was in charge for all the energy in the country, and now he's in charge for all the Russian-Ethiopian economic relationships. So we should just put 2 and 2, and we'll have the huge success for both our countries. Yeah.
Okay.
With that,
thank you very much.
we have to conclude. We worked for 5 hours and 20 minutes. It's much. So, thank you. Спасибо всем, кто нас смотрел. Спасибо всем, кто
Спасибо
с нами
большое.
работал.
Спасибо.
До свидания, до новых встреч.
До свидания. До встречи.